All right. Good morning, everyone. I am feeling really, really lazy today because I woke up and it's cold. And when it's cold, you want to stay under your blanket and sleep in. But I fought against my blanket and I was able to wake up in order to stream some Honkai Impact. Anyways, my name is Cabo, and today I also wanted to look cute and I completely forgot to open chat. Give me a second. Gotta make all of these work. Na, 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 na. There really isn't much to talk about because since I haven't even finished with like the arc that I'm doing, uh, there's like not even like a sort of like manga that I needed to actually like read. I asked about the other visual novels that I need to actually do. Um, but the next visual novel, my friend told me that I should maybe read it. Uh, One of them is before chapter 20, and the other one should be before chapter 26. That's what I've been told. Those are like the timings that I should have for me to read the next couple of like visual novels. And I don't know if there's a manga that I need to read on this chapter. I don't want to like click on it. I don't want anything to start. I already clicked that in once and it showed up this one for one of them. Okay. It's not what I wanted to do. Turun, turun. Switch back onto my own thingy. And I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. So I noticed that today I was given a couple of tickets. So I'm gonna do at the start just a little 10 drop because I doubt I'm gonna have enough for another 10 drop by the time that I'm done with the stream. So please, 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 please. Oh, I don't have her. So at the very least I'm getting something new. But I was thinking of getting her for free anyway from the shop. So I don't know if I should be happy or not. I think it's cursed. I think like I mentioned before, like my luck is either I get them super early or I get them super late. So I think I'm gonna end up getting them super late. I think this is going down to 0 or down to the last 10 drops in order for me to be able to actually like get the rate up character. And then after that I still need to do this. Maybe I can get something from this? I already have 11. Just do like the single like 10 drop. Come on. Give me one. Come on. Oh, that's the thing that's on the whatchamacallit, that's the thing that's uh on the banner. Right? Red Star Thunderbolt? Like this equipment? Yes, of course. Yes. Yep. Well, at the very least, I got lucky with something today. See, I told you guys. It's literally, I get it at the start, or I simply do not get it. I don't know what to do. Apparently, I can craft these. So I don't know if I should actually just go straight into pulling for this weapon and see if I can get it, or if I should try my luck and get some of these because I need to farm for them and I need to do the thing that I haven't been doing, which is this. And they don't give that much fuel. I need like 600 in order to be able to craft one. Nice. Oh, maybe this will help me roll something at the end of the stream. I don't have one of these. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Maybe I should roll hope for one, craft the other, and use this box for the last one. Maybe that'd be the easiest. I also still don't know what to do with this. Because apparently the character that they give you is kind of like weak, so I don't even know if I should go for her weapon. I don't know if any of these weapons are actually good though. The Keys of the Void, the Key of Castigation, and the Iris of Dreams. I don't know if any of them are actually going to be helping me later on. I mean, aren't all of those like characters that are that they usually give you sort of, what you call it, outdated? Flame. Obtain the weapon. I obtained the weapon. Nice. I get one of these balls. Finish off all my red dots. Go. I guess I got pretty lucky. I can upgrade her again. I've been using her and only her to do all of the like end game challenges. I managed to do this like little like humanifold thing. I was able to get to the top right here, and apparently I'm on retention. So I think it's good. I think I'm doing pretty good with it. But it's one of like the new characters, so I'm like not surprised. Since usually the newer the characters are, the stronger that they're gonna be compared to like the older characters. Like I mentioned before, with like the Kiana that you get on like chapter 1, the maid that you get in chapter 1, they're strong like probably in chapter 1, but after that they're probably not gonna be that strong. If I try to use them on like those modes, probably not gonna be able to deal much damage. So anyways, today I'm looking to at the very least be able to finish chapter 11. Last time I started a little bit late and I ended up going like a little, like an hour over the time that I wanted to end the stream. Also because I wanted to do. So apparently, by the time that I finished this on the first one, I had already unlocked the next like mission. Can be accepted. So if I'm able to finish the chapter early, I might just go straight into this because I still need to do them for my starter menu. Still need to do this as well. But the thing is that right now, since I'm doing all the main story missions, I'm using all my energy on it. So I'm not having like any energy to be able to put onto the side content. Right. So apparently, Bronya ended up going into the Sea of Quanta, and inside the Sea of Quanta, we were able to find a single little boy who's cute. And that's pretty much it. That's all we know from this story at the moment. And it's pretty long. So I hope I'm going to be able to actually finish it. I hope. Alright, let's start. The Myriad Sea. As drifting Bronya arrived at a massive labyrinth, someone unexpected is waiting for her. The Manifest Corridor. Deal damage, some for no more than one death, and take no more than 40 hits. Right. Ah, right, summary.
失われたデザイアジェムを求め、海縁の目を使い、漁師の海への侵入を目指すことになります。しかし作戦前夜、アインシュタイン博士が襲撃を受け、行方不明に。同時に海縁の目も原因不明の暴走を起こします。デザイアジェムを取り戻すため、ブローニャは漁師の海へと飛び込んだのでした。
And here's the little boy.
僕はヨアヒム。君の名前は
Joachim. I'm gonna make it a little bit. I'm gonna bet anybody else that has watched this part is probably really confused about this and doesn't know anything about this kid. But I do know a single character that doesn't show up in the main story that has this exact name down to the spelling. He shows up in the anti-entropy visual novel, which I've already read, and in the Second Eruption manga, which I've also already read. Now, for people that haven't seen this, I'm not gonna say who this person is, but the information is already out for me. And it is very, 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 very much on the nose for those that know.
ブローニャと言います。大きいワームホールから入ってきたのを見たけど、君は外から来た人間なの？
As for why that person has this look, it's still like a little bit of an enigma. Since that person is like not even this age.
心配しないで。君が漁師の海にいた時間は、そんなに長くないから。今ならまだ戻れるよ。ご心配ありがとうございます。ですが、ブローニャはまだ戻れません。
Yeah, we need the gem.
ブローニャはあるものを探しています。それが漁師の海の奥にあるのです。君、漁師の海の奥に行きたいの？あそこは危ないから近づいちゃダメだよ。漁師の海の危険性は承知していますが、ブローニャはどうしても行かなければなりません。
I mean, if it's dangerous, I wonder how Einstein was truly like thinking about doing this. Like, she doesn't have like any combat capabilities. She's not a Valkyrie, and whenever she's like in battle, she's with her mechs. And I don't think she was gonna actually take any mechs into the Sea of Quanta.
ここは現実と可能性の狭間。認識と存在の空間。漁師の海への入り口だ。
We're back into the sciencey thing.
他の人が迷い込まないように、僕はずっとこの巨大迷宮を見守ってきた。やっぱり諦めた方がいい。漁師の海に入るには資格が必要だから。照準装置。
Well, I'm not doing like any damage to them. I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a test, since the enemies are kind of tough. There we go. Cheats living off of quantum void are not affected by biomech and psi counters. Conventional attacks are ineffective as well. The video Honkai base turned into. I didn't read that. I was reading the tutorial. Well, actually, them being like neutral and not being affected by the Bronya's snipe is actually a little bit better for me. I very much prefer for them to be like no type rather than them to be like countering me. Now, I'm gonna do like a single thing first. Settings. I'm gonna drop this to 30. Because it felt like a little loud to me, especially like on the cutscene.
この怪物たちはあなたが召喚したのですか？それらは漁師の海から生まれた影、認識の投射、君の記憶が生んだ怪物だよ。この空間にいる限り、君は自分の 心の奥にあるものを見続けるんだ。僕の意志とは関係なく、君が漁師の海に近づくほど影は活発になる。武器がそれらに与えられるダメージは限られている。でも君にはそれらと対抗できる力があるみたいだ。
Against the Honkai powers that she has from being a Valkyrie?
重装ウサギのことですか？
Oh, never mind.
重装ウサギ。かわいい名前だね。その力も漁師の海から来ているけど、君はまだそれをすべて理解していない。
It's also a gift from a very important person of her.
でもそれは今する話じゃないんだ。漁師の影はブローニャを脅かすことはできません。これならブローニャにも漁師の海に入る資格がありますか？君は特別だね。君の過去は他のものとは違う。それが君に年齢にそぐわない強い意志を与えてくれているようだ。
Very similar to this person's past.
強い人ほど心に穴ができやすいけどね。ブローニャ、君が受ける試練はまだ始まったばかりだよ。君はもう一つの世界、こことは全く異なる世界に行くんだ。気をつけて。過去の迷いや痛みが君の最大の敵となるだろうから。その世界で君の答えを聞かせて。
So tense.
敵全員沈黙。これより帰還。
With this new like song, that's also like a new song as well. It's really tense. Also, Joachim, don't you look a little bit too cool doing all these things? Like pushing people into the void of another world? Manifesta Valkyrie upgrade. Mysterious Youth. Bronya met a mysterious youth at the entrance of the Quantum Pocket. Called himself Joachim, and seemed knowledgeable about this place. Bronya found something familiar about him as well. It's not quite as mysterious as you may think he is, if you've kept up with the little side content information. Quantum shadows. Quantum shadows. Strange spawns of the void have appeared in the sea. They are cognitive projections derived from memories of terror. Basic attacks would hardly deal any damage, but Joachim told Bronya she has the powers to fight them. Bronya was not aware of that. Perhaps she'll find out more in this journey. Right? Chapter 2. Fantasia. Bronya must gain Joachim's approval to leave the maze. Trials were more than she expected. Trial characters? I got a full character.
Bronya? Bronya?
His voice.
Bronya?
Himeko. Oh, it's the other Himeko that I was using in like one of those like data chapters.
ここはどこですか？ここは聖フレイヤ学園1年 C 組、水曜午前2限、村田姫子の英語講義よ。
She teaches English? She looks like the sort of person who have a very, very broken English.
ブローニャ、あなたみたいな優等生でも授業で居眠りするとはね。期末テストが近いからみんなが頑張っているのは知っているけど、ちゃんと休むことも大事よ。万が一試験中に眠ってしまったら、私みたいに優しく起こしてくれる試験官なんていないからね。
So this is a world where the second eruption didn't happen, or not the second eruption, but the whole thing about Kiana didn't happen. The class laughed. It sounded like what they would do when Kiana gets caught dozing off. It was a familiar voice. Bronya hadn't heard it for far too long. She's been gone for 4 months. She bowed her head down quickly, covered her mouth, and tried not to tremble. Reason told her that she must rein her emotions in.
そう重く捉えなくていいわよ。でも、次は気をつけなさいね。
Himeko was rather surprised by Bronya's reaction. Bronya tried to calm
も
herself.
う一つの、全く違う世界。
Mm.
はい、
Ugh,
今日の授業はここまで。
that was a very loud bell. I accidentally skipped it off of the surprise and me jumping as I was clicking.
次は実践訓練よ。
I think I'm pretty
みんな、
glad that I was able
中
to
庭に
actually
集合ね。
skip it. Brina arrived at the courtyard with the rest of her
似
class.
ています。外も中も、記憶の中の聖フレイヤ学園とそっくりです。でも、
She looked at the center of the plaza. Two familiar individuals were talking to each
姫
other.
子先生、皆さん揃いました。今日は自由訓練よ。3人で1組。揃ったらウォーミングアップを始めて。もうすぐテストだから、怪我しないように気をつけること。
うん。
違います。ここは現実じゃありません。何が起こっているのか、急いで調べないと。
It's trying to show her like her worst fears or something of the sort. And this like new worlds and trials. Is it possible that it's trying to pull the two people that are currently missing? Fuhua and Himeko are both missing to the knowledge of like Bronya and Teresa and Teresa's side. No one has seen them for like 4 months since the entire Kiana situation.
ブローニャさん。どうしましたか、委員長。よろしければ私と組みませんか。
Oh? Bronya looked around and saw that the rest of the girls have formed their own groups.
はい、問題ありません。私も入らせてもらうわ。
Yeah, because it's really weird that there's like so far both Kiana and Mei haven't been like shown in this world. It's only Fuhua and Himeko that are being shown.
姫子先生。私一人であなたたち二人の相手をするわ。
Hey.
一人で対処できない強敵を前に、チームワークの大切さはより重要なものとなります。先生の提案を受け入れましょう。ブローニャさんはどうですか。ブローニャも同意します。執行命令なし。プロ目標補足。目標補足。
This unbeatable opponent has a big AoE. Surprised I didn't deal any damage. Should be easy enough. She only has like 2 attacks, and both of them have really big AoE. Except this one is a new attack. Oh, I'm just taking damage.
素晴らしい戦闘だったわ。二人ともよく頑張ったわね。特にブローニャ、驚いたわ。私と模擬戦なんてしたことないのに、まるで私の動きをすべて把握してたみたい。
So back in the normal world, it was normal for Himeko to actually spar with the students.
素晴らしい才能だわ。今後も楽しみにしているわよ。
Or maybe it's because she has way more experience now that she was she participated in the whole Kiana thing and fought like a Hersher, Wendy.
さあ、橋の方で少し休憩しましょう。何か飲みたいものはない？おごるわよ。
There could also be another reason. It could be that the Bronya of this world that she's currently taking over, I don't know if she's taking over exactly, or like the Bronya, the image of Bronya in this world is not the assassin Bronya that came from Siberia and was in Cocolia's orphanage.
姫子先生、その手にあるのは何ですか？
It has to be beer.
そうね。
Himeko.
授業中にお酒はやめてください。生徒に悪い影響を与えてしまいます。
You're a terrible example, Himeko.
少しだけだし、酔わないわよ。
ダメです。
あと数分で休み時間だし、構わないでしょ？
You're not even supposed to drink in break time. Isn't break time usually just some sort of like recess? You'll have to go to classes after break time.
ダメです。
The teacher losing against the student.
それに、午後にも講義がありますから。
Right?
昼休み中の飲酒も禁止です。あの瓶に触れないよう見張っておきますから。
Himeko collapsed onto the bench while Fuhua gave a faint smile. The scene felt familiar and alien at the same time.
ブローニャさん、どうしましたか？顔色が少し優れないようですが。
いえ、ブローニャなら大丈夫です。疲れてるの？さっきも授業中に居眠りしてたし。無理しなくていいわよ。セーフレイヤ学園は他のところとは違うから、誰もあなたに強要したりしないわ。
That's cool.
楽にしなさい。ここを自分の家だと思っていいの。みんな家族よ。
I think she was already doing that.
ブローニャは疲れていません。もう少し訓練したいです。姫子先生や委員長とこうして交流する機会はめったにありません。だからブローニャはこの時を大事にしたいと思います。
For the Himeko in this world, it's probably like something that she says that's really nice, but the meaning behind these words are so different for her.
ブローニャ。
ブローニャさんのお願いでしたらいつでも相手になりますよ。
こっちにも断る理由はないわ。
Also, the perfect excuse to not make her drink.
姫子先生、委員長、よろしくお願いします。
まあまあでしたね。
If only everything could be this peaceful in the real world. But there really is way too much happening in the real world. A device that manifest new storyline character. Dr. Einstein postulated the existence of bubble universes. In the Sea of Quanta, multiple realities overlap in the bubble to create surreal worlds. Bronya thought she would arrive at a strange alien place. She was surprised to find herself in the place where it began, Saint Freya High. It felt so familiar, yet different as well. Could this be one of her fantasies? Still, the Joachim mentioned that it was going to be a trial about her fears. So I don't know if something's going to end up happening later on in order to trigger those like fears for her to go against them and grow. Logical records. Bronya entered a strange bubble universe that's oddly familiar. And now I get to only use Bronya. But at the very least, give me Fuhu, huh? Bronya feels like a little bit awkward to use since she was designed as more as a support character. Afternoon of the same day, the same classroom of Saint Freya.
今の状況を整理しましょう。ここは聖フレイヤ学園ですが、ブローニャの知っている学園ではありません。姫子少佐も委員長もかすかに違うところがあります。それに今のところ他の人の痕跡を感じられません。
There's no Theresa, there's no Kiana, and there's no May. Anyone else that I'm missing? I think those are the only ones that are normally supposed to be in like class or like in the school.
漁師の海は平行世界が集まる場所だと博士は言っていました。ですが、ブローニャは本当に平行世界に入ったとは思えません。では、ヨアヒムが言っていた答えとは何のことでしょうか？情報が足りません。
Yeah.
ブローニャはこの世界のことを
It seems like that single sound effect that they're using for this, it's like ignoring all of the rules of the volume for some reason. Maybe they just had like an error in the coding and they didn't make it so well. They just accidentally made it so that it wasn't following any of the volume sliders. Could be that they like try to code it as a sound effect, but at the same time, since it's like one part of like the dialogue, they also try to code it as a dialogue, and then it ends up being into like in like limbo, where it tries to be both, but it also is none of them. Who knows? I have absolutely no idea of how coding works in like a real game.
午後の講義は歴史ですね。何か役に立つ情報を得られればいいですが。
Did dabble a bit on coding back in high school, but that was a long time ago, and it was very, very simple coding, like, you know, hello world, or like a calculator, those kind of stuff.
あら、今日欠席してる生徒がかなり多いわね。
Cocolia. Yeah, my same reaction.
授業を始めるわよ。みんな席について。歴史の授業よ。
She's in this world and she's not like she's not either part of like the Spetsnaz from the second eruption, or maybe she was, but she's currently a teacher. So is there no Cocolia orphanage in this world?
今日は前回の続き、第二次崩壊について説明するわ。
The second eruption.
ブローニャ？私をじっと見てどうしたのかしら？
And they don't seem to know each other. But like they're like strangers, student and teacher, rather than mother and daughter.
ブローニャは今日の内容に興味があります。先生の言葉を聞き逃したくないのです。
Nice save.
そう、その気持ちもわかるわ。一応第二次崩壊の発生地はあなたの故郷だものね。
So the second eruption did happen and it was in Siberia.
ブローニャ、この薬剤についてどれくらい知ってるかしら？
第二次崩壊は人類史上最大の災難です。はじめはシベリアのバビロン実験室で、そして徐々に世界レベルに蔓延しました。第二次崩壊で誕生したのは空間を支配する空の律者です。人類に信じられないほどの災いをもたらしました。
Second, making sure everything's working.
よろしい。ちゃんと予習をしてきたよね。ただ一つ間違いがあったわ。
This is the important part.
第二次崩壊がシベリアで発生した後、天命はすぐ行動し、周辺エリアの犠牲を抑えた。律者も誕生した22時間後に消滅しているわ。
22 hours. And if I remember correctly, I might be wrong because I don't think they mentioned the time. I don't remember it at all. It went for a couple of days. Like the entire battle against Sirin.
天命の素早い決断のおかげで、ほとんどの地域がこの災難から逃れられたの。
Well, the whole deal was that everything could have ended if Otto wasn't looking for like that answer. Or like yeah, pretty much that answer that he wanted to get from Sirin of how to revive Kalin.
まさかそんなはずは。
では、映像資料を見ながら今日の授業を始めるわよ。
指示を目標発見。
Oh, the second eruption turned into Bronya turned into the Hersher. Wait, Hersher capable of manipulating imaginary space? Oops. I wasn't charging the cannon. Sirin was originally a patient in the lab, being treated. We do not know the reason why she turned into a Hersher. High ambient Honkai levels may be potential cost. They were doing human experiments, so either in this universe they weren't doing experiments to the kids, or they never found out about them. When disaster struck, Jigsaw immediately mobilized the the remaining branch were deployed within hours. The remaining branches were deployed within hours. Whoa. You're not enemies? Why were you attacking me? The hand armor can be broken. Oh, Son of Darkest. These enemies actually showed up in like the manga. I thought these guys were like special enemies that were just made as sort of like a boss. But no, they actually show up. What did they attack? I think they attacked Siegfried on like their first battle against City.
この戦争で2つの力が戦局を左右した。一つは天命北米支部が開発した戦術機構。第二次崩壊で初めて実戦投入され、バルキリーに劣らないほどの戦闘能力を見せたわ。
Jigsaw North America. Anti-entropy isn't a thing in this world.
二つ目は天命 S 級バルキリー、セシリア・シャニアテが率いた節浪小隊。
Yep, that one's normal.
彼女たちは律者と戦いながらシベリアとその周辺の救援を行い、大勢の一般市民を守ったわ。
And in the real world, like only hundreds of civilians were able to be saved. I think like 400. It was like really low.
彼女たちの努力がなかったら、崩壊が世界にもたらした痛みはより大きなものになっていたでしょう。かくいう私も当時彼女たちに救われた身よ。
I hear a cat meowing, but my cat's here. It's a random stray outside. It's just like meowing.
でも崩壊が収束した後、節浪小隊にはある疑惑がかけられたわ。無断で職務を離れた疑いがあるってね。天命側は彼女たち節浪小隊に一般市民を避難誘導するよう指示なんて出していなかったのよ。
It's the same as in the real world. It's like single part. Jigsaw never gave orders to evacuate civilians. It also happened like on the manga where Cecilia tried to evacuate people and she was actually able to save her and another very mysterious woman with real hair
でも私から見ると
and sort of like white hair, grayish hair. But I happened to
自分で判断もできないで命令に従うだけのバルキリーなんてただの道具と何の違いもないでしょ。
Funny that she says that because real world Cocolia is the one that's controlling Bronya's judgment. And she ended up as a mindless tool at one point.
それについてはみんなも分かっていると思うわ。だからセイフレイヤにあのセシリアさんが作った学園に来たのよね。
I wonder if she's still alive. As thunderous applause echoed in the classroom, Cocolia beamed with pride and delight. No. You stop right there, ding dong.
テストだからちゃんと復習もしておくように。
ブローニャが知っている歴史と全然違います。
There's a couple of things that are also from like the real world, but there are a lot of things that are probably hidden from the students. Like they're only being given like the important parts, and of course they're not gonna say like Otto made hell of it. Otto made the second eruption like much harder than it should have been. But yeah, if Otto hadn't stopped like Siegfried and Wealth at the start, it actually probably could have ended in like those 22 hours and way before Cecilia actually got involved. The students were gone, leaving only Bronya and Cocolia in the classroom.
先生。
どうしたの、ブローニャ？
先生はどうしてバルキリーになったのですか？
私の言葉に興味を持ったのかしら？
Cocolia gently patted Bronya on her head.
なんででしょうね。先生もそれについて考えていたわ。私はシベリアの孤児院で育ったわ。幼い私にとってただ生きることが全てだった。こういう子供は北の方では珍しくないわ。私と同じような孤児を何人も見たことがある。
So instead, maybe I missed this or maybe I forgot about it. So instead of Bronya being the one that grew up in the orphanage, it's Cocolia.
何かしてあげたいと思った。例えば、軍に入って子供を保護したり、温かい家になる孤児院を作ったり。
I do remember her mentioning that she was taking care of an orphanage, but I don't know if she was just doing that off of her goodwill or if it was because she was also part of that orphanage.
でも先生はバルキリーになりました。
気づいたの。どんな道を歩いても子供たちを食べさせることができる。でも、バルキリーだけが、聖フレイヤ学園のバルキリーだけが与えられるものがあるって。
それは何ですか？
希望と自由よ。これは私が災いでセシリア学園長から学んだ宝物よ。
Principal Cecilia, the Principal Teresa. So Teresa doesn't exist in this world. She's in a thing. Maybe Cecilia's still alive?
カカリア先生はブローニャの知り合いにとても似ています。似ていますが、違います。
ブローニャ、ここに来る前に嫌なことを経験してきたと聞いたわ。
Here's the important part.
でも、過去にどんなことがあっても、それはもう過ぎたことよ。
Alright, I guess I won't find out about the past of this Bronya.
ここは
Or like
聖フレイ
this
ヤ
world's
学
Bronya.
園。昔のように誰かの命令に従って暮らす必要はないわ。
Maybe she was an assassin.
この学園で思い切り冒険して友達を作って自分の未来を想像していいのよ。やりたいことを心のままにやるといいわ。あなたは自由なんだから。
Bronya did not know how to respond. There was an awkward silence. The classroom door suddenly opened.
カカリア、今大丈夫？どうしたの、姫子？前に本部からもらった任務。難しい内容じゃないから生徒たちの練習に向いてると思うの。だからどうかなって。ただすぐに出動しなきゃいけないんだけど。生徒を含めて今動けるのはどれくらいいるのかしら。4人よ。前にあなたが招いた子も入れてね。ちょっと少ないわね。もう1人くらい連れて行った方がいいんじゃない？それは少し難しいわ。最近の任務続きで大半の教師と上級生が学園にいないのよ。そうだ、ここにいい人材がいるわ。本人もうずうずしてるみたいだし。そうよね、ブローニャ。
She'll be perfect.
ブローニャが？
Cocolia turned around and found Bronya watching them. She obviously heard their conversation. Of course. They weren't even trying to keep it secret.
ブローニャは皆さんと一緒に任務を遂行する自信があります。人手が必要でしたら、ブローニャを先生の招待に入れてくれませんか？
Of course she can do it.
もちろんいいわ、ブローニャ。極東支部第5招待へようこそ。突然で申し訳ないけど、今夜すぐ出発しないといけないの。後で資料を渡すから準備しておいてちょうだい。
ブローニャは万全の準備を整えておきます。ご安心ください。
Cocolia nodded and left the classroom with Himeko. Bronya stood there and thought about this world.
過去の痛みと迷い。ブローニャにとって、その言葉は、ある人のことを思い出させます。カカリア先生。その近くに、ブローニャの探し物があるかもしれません。ここは、現実じゃない。
You know, she's saying pain and confusion of the past and she can only think of one person, but there's a little bit too much pain and confusion in the past of these girls, or in the past of the entire Honkai world. Evening, front gate of Saint Freya.
ブロニャ、他のメンバーを紹介させてもらうわ。まずは姫子先生。それからフカ、あなたのクラスの委員長ね。
カカリア先生がおっしゃっていた新メンバーはブローニャさんのことでしたか。安心しました。
あともう一人、あら、まだ来てないの？
Kiana, perhaps?
ごめんなさい、遅くなりました。この声。一体どうしてゼレが。
Sere. Is this the trial? Is this the actual trial? Is it not Himeko? Is it not Cocolia? Is it not herself? Or Kiana or Mei suddenly showing up? It's meeting Sere again? You and him talked about her finding an answer. And it's supposed to be like a trial. But so far there's so many things happening, like what could actually be the trial? And what could be the answer that she's looking for? I mean, Bronya asked herself the same thing. There's nothing that they've given to actually be able to figure out what Joachim wants from her. But there's like way too many things happening. It's just like the people that have been missing for 4 months, Himeko and Fuhua, suddenly appear. Cocolia also shows up, but Cocolia is not like the evil person that she is in like the main story. She's actually a Valkyrie. The second eruption barely happened. It all got completely fixed within a day. Like, I mean, the entire thing of sitting going into the to the moon and then dropping pieces of like of the what's it called, like the palace in the moon, palace that's on the moon, never happened. So there weren't like a bunch of deaths. She didn't like sort of like revive the Hersher of the Hersher of fire, the Hersher of death, the Hersher of the wind, and what's the last Hersher? Oh, the last one she gave to Bella. The last gem. She gave her the power of thunder. So she sort of was like the Hersher of the of lightning. That didn't happen either. Gosh, the history is just completely screwed up in this like little timeline that they have. Celia also shows up, so of course she'd show up. Or of course she'd be alive because she never went through the X10 project, and she didn't lose herself or like collapse. Alternate history. Jigsaw still held onto its North America branch instead of it turning into anti-entropy. The second Hersher was defeated as soon as she entered existence. Cecilia founded Saint Freya, and both Cocolia and Sele became Valkyries. Tiny difference literally changed the history of this world. Yeah, I guess Cecilia is still alive, and Sele is still alive, but I'm gonna bet that this Sele doesn't actually know Bronya. Has anyone ever shown that they actually know Bronya? No, none of them. They're just like barely like teachers and classmates so far. Unexpected encounter. The instructor for history turned out to be Cocolia. The anti-entropy enforcer ended up as a Valkyrie and Saint Freya High teacher in this bubble. This is just the beginning of many surprises awaiting Bronya. Yeah, a lot of surprises have been happening. Bronya imagined her reunion with Sele in a million ways, but none looked like this. Secret operation. Damn, I'm still cold.
ブローニャ作戦地で係 リア先生、遅くなってごめんなさい。
遅刻するとはね。何かあったの？
準備に時間かかってしまって。でももう大丈夫です。
ならいいわ。紹介するわね。この子が今日入ってきたブローニャよ。年はあなたより少し上ね。
ブローニャ。
Stella studied Bronya with great curiosity. Her ocean is... You know, that description is not fair. That's literally the description that Bronya gave... Oh god. I felt like I was gonna tear up for a second. That's literally the description that Bronya gives about the ocean to Cele. It's just like, Cele, do you know the sea? And when she asked, like, when she said that she didn't know about the sea, and she asked what it was about, Bronya just immediately said, "They're like your eyes." It's just like this showing up here is just like they really know what they're doing. Her ocean is sewer eyes were just how Bronya remembered them to be.
ブローニャ、この子はゼーレ。少し人見知りだけどいい子だから仲良くしてあげてね。
はじめまして、ブローニャお姉ちゃん。ゼーレです。はじめまして、ゼーレ。
You can do it, Bronya.
戦艦の到
Keep
着
your
まであと
composure.
数分。みんな準備はいいわね。
ブローニャは何を期待しているのでしょう。
A reunion, as the description said.
カカリアお母様がバルキリーになっているのなら、あの孤児院も存在しない。つまりエクステン実験もありません。
There's also no Thin Mall.
つまりこの世界には普通に成長したゼーレがいることを、ブローニャは分かっていたはずです。
But even though she should have been like a normal girl in this world, it's still like very, very, like, it seems more, this world is more like tailored to her, having all of this like different, when all these people like suddenly like show up, and all of them like specifically showing up, like Cocolia, Himeko, Fuhua, Cele.
指示を。
Her. Ready? Then let's go. Well, let's get going.
目的地に着きました。任務を確認しましょう。3日前に本部の輸送部隊が襲撃を受けました。死傷者はいませんでしたが、重要物資が奪われています。この襲撃はネゲントロピーという地下組織と関係している可能性があるとのことです。
So there is an anti-entropy, but it is not Chixal's North America branch. It's a secret organization instead. Then did anti-entropy take the spot of World Serpent?
ネゲントロピーって天命を裏切った人物が作った反天命組織よね。
Or it's still sort of like a group led by a Chixal trader. Normally, like Einstein and Tesla would count as like Chixal traders.
その行動は慎重なものでしたが、ここでボロが出ました。情報によると、奪われた物資がこの近くで目撃され、銀狐という情報屋の手の中にあるそうです。
Argent Fox instead of Grey Serpent?
銀狐ネゲントロピーの一員かしら。いえ、銀狐はこの土地の顔役。地下組織の一員にしては目立ちすぎる人物よ。
Yeah, this is fitting more and more as like descriptions for like or things that are sort of like close to like World Serpent.
おそらく協力関係なんだと思います。銀狐が依頼を受けて襲撃を仕掛け、入手した物資を組織に渡す段取りだったんじゃないかな。
Yeah, this also fits with the holding on Chapter 9 EX2, I believe, or EX1.
それならその人物に会う必要がありそうね。姫子とフカは私と共に銀狐の元へ行きましょう。その間 ブローニャとゼーレはこの周辺の地形を調査して物資の隠せそうな場所を割り出してちょうだい。なるべく気づかれないようにすること。こっちが片付いたら合流するわ。
Wait, did I miss before? Oh no. All three of them will be going towards the fox.
わかりました。ブローニャお姉ちゃん、何かいい方法はないかな。
Almost skipped this.
銀狐の拠点の周りに見回り中の機構がたくさんいます。ブローニャがその中の一つをハッキングして自立システムを通じ全ての機構の見回り経路を入手します。うん、いいと思う。じゃあまずはどの機構を標的にするか決めないとだね。北側の広場はどうかな。あそこの見回りは比較的緩そうだから一人ぼっちになった機構を見つけやすいと思うよ。はい、行きましょう。ブローニャの知っているゼーレより独立していて大人っぽい。もしゼーレがあの実験で生き残ることができていたらこんな風になっていたのでしょうか。
Or she didn't end up in the orphanage.
ゼーレ、無条件射殺許可。
Push forward but avoid enemies, hack drones, and mechs to stop them. We must proceed slowly and pick a suitable target. What do I have? Ah, this button. That's a very violent hack. Can I hack you? Yes. Ah. Stop you. Destroy you.
目標発見。
Hack you. That was very close.
見回りの経路を解析すると拠点の北側と西側にそれぞれ厳重に守られているエリアがあります。西側は市の中心地。夜中になると人の流れが激減します。リスクはありますがいい隠し場所になるはずです。北側は銀狐の勢力範囲内で本人の主要活動エリアでもあるため守りが厳重なのもうなずけます。時間がありません。手分けして確認しましょう。この2つじゃないよ。銀狐が物資を隠した場所はここだと思う。ここですか。ここはただの倉庫で守りも手薄です。どうしてここだと思うのですか。
Putting the most important things in like the least place that that the enemies would think there would be.
ゼーレ、見回りの経路だよ。機構の数は多くないけどここは24時間監視がされるように巡回経路が組まれてるの。それで変かなって。なるほど。まるでそうなるよう手配されているようです。確かに違和感があります。
I guess maybe if the patrol is just like the patrol route for it is to always stay very very close to the warehouse. Because if it's not important, then maybe the patrol route would be like longer, and it wouldn't cover that warehouse that much. It would just like maybe just make like have like a very quick route where it would just like, pass by the warehouse every like couple of hours or something of the sort. Maybe something like that.
それに気づいたということはゼーレはこの地域に詳しいのですか。任務資料で見ただけだよ。ブローニャは任務資料でこんな内容を見た記憶がありません。この違和感は何でしょうか。
At the very least, the sound effect wasn't loud as hell.
ブローニャ、銀狐は片付いたわよ。
殺したのですか。
まさか麻酔銃よ。死体が増えるのは面倒だもの。
Not very much like the normal Cocolia.
権限を識別する鍵を手に入れたわ。そっちはどう？
ゼーレが怪しい場所を見つけました。座標を送ります。
Ah, and I guess if this is like supposed to be like the world serpent, Grey Serpent did indeed get killed
わかった。そこで合流しよう。
by Rita.
指示を。
We were right, but our instructors are not here yet. We should neutralize the defenders first. Okay. I don't think I ever want to... Ouch! I don't think I ever want to use my ult for this Bronya. Because it just means that I'm not dealing any damage. Because it gets me stuck to like... it gets me stuck using that like little wormhole. Yeah, I don't want to use it. Okay. New character, Himeko. Secret mission. Bronya became a Valkyrie of the Far East Squad 5 to take on the secret assignment. They must evade mech defenses and reclaim stolen Chixal assets from anti-entropy. The secret organization was founded by an ex-Chixal member. What did they steal exactly? Squad 5 arrived at a deserted warehouse where the lost asset was kept. Good thing like none of the secondary missions have been time-based. Because the last one was like 4 minutes and 20 seconds long. And usually those like missions were like, what? 200 seconds? 400 seconds? So I probably would have failed it. Or gotten very close to failing it.
Bronya, 作戦地点に到着。
この廃棄された倉庫が銀狐が物資を隠した場所？
これは生体識別センサーです。横の壁に隠されています。銀狐の拠点内のものと一致します。この倉庫も彼の所有物のようですね。
よくやった。あなたたちの読みが当たったわね。ゼレ、ブロニャ。早速いただいた鍵を使って倉庫を開けましょう。奪われた宝物が何なのか確認しようじゃない。
Join him.
君たち誰？ヨアヒム。
First I thought that the trial was gonna be Himeko and Fuhua, and then Cocolia shows up and I thought the trial was gonna be Cocolia, and then Cele shows up and I thought the trial was gonna be Cele, and then the entire like a story about World Serpent, but instead of it's anti-entropy, and I thought that was gonna be the trial, and now Joachim shows up and I think that's gonna be the trial now. I don't know anymore.
いるのはこの子一人だけ。でも銀狐が物資を隠した場所はここのはずよね。
Maybe the whatchamacallit. Maybe Joachim is taking the place of Cecilia. Because there was a part in the manga where Cecilia was they were supposed to be transporting a Hersher killer, but what they were actually transporting was Cecilia's holy blood as the Hersher killer.
まさかこの子が行方不明になった物資？
But it seems like Cecilia had a little bit more freedom of movement when she was like being transported.
なんですって？
Yeah, and anti-entropy actually tried to steal that Hersher killer, like find out about it.
君たち僕に何をする気？
And Welt ended up attacking that convoy.
嫌だ。来ないで。
気をつけてください。この子に崩壊エネルギー反応が出ています。崩壊エネルギーを使って武器を作り出そうとしているのですか？
He's creating physical weapons out of thin air with energy alone. So he has the powers of the first Hersher.
目標捕捉。ファイヤー。目標捕捉。ファイヤー。射撃。
Ow. I really am not dealing like any damage. Maybe he might. Maybe Bronya has like the most damage. I don't know, I can't tell. They're doing very little damage with every single one of them. Was fast. Yeah, I really can't tell. Uka's attacks are faster, but she's still not dealing that much damage. Just tickling him. Or it. I guess I'm just gonna be here for a while. Ow. Yep, I guess I'm just gonna be here for a while. Maybe Himeko is the best choice. Deals a little bit more damage on what you call it. When the shield is down. Maybe by the time I get my ult, I'll be able to actually deal more damage to it. Because as a matter of fact, I actually know how to use Himeko's ult. Yep, she was definitely the best choice. Should have just used her from the start. The exhausted boy collapsed and lost his consciousness. The mechs he created disappeared as well.
どうやらあの変わった力が彼の体力を大量に消耗させたようです。この子の体、傷跡がたくさんあります。かなり古い傷もあるようです。ずっと虐待を受けていたのでしょう。
So it seems like Jigsaw is still doing the whole human experiments thing.
急に現れて、そしてすぐに消えてしまう。この力どこかで。
The first Hersher.
そう。本部のファイルで見たことがあるわ。崩壊エネルギーを使って物事の構造を再現し実体化する能力。
Dimension Syrian, so there are Hershers in this world.
第一律者。
Yeah.
断りの律者の力よ。
しかし、第一律者は1955年に消滅したはずです。どうしてその力をこの男の子が？
予想外の状況だが、まず本部に連絡した方がいいかしら。
いえ、待ってください。最初はブローニャも変に思いましたが、さっきのゼーレの言葉は確信をついていると思います。断りの律者の力を持つ男の子。天命にとってその価値は言うまでもありません。この子が重要物資だと言われても納得ができます。
Yeah, and it seems like they were already doing that. Seeing how he was like abused
つまり
before.
それは私もそう思うわ。この子が行方不明になった物資で、私たちが回収すべき標的。本来なら実験管に閉じ込められているはずだったけど、銀狐が逃がしたのね。つまりその子の体にあった傷は
識別不能の部隊が大量に近づいています。
まずい。 ネゲントロピーの追っ手です。おそらく銀狐の件がバレたのでしょう。
いや。
この子を連れて早く逃げないと。
敵の数が多すぎる。気絶した人間を連れたままだときっとすぐに追いつかれるわよ。
Joachim being found by the anti-entropy was like a blessing in disguise because now they found them. They found him.
別々に逃げましょう。ブローニャはゼーレと彼を連れて先に行きなさい。撤退ポイントで待ってて。
しかし
あんたたちは十分やってくれたわ。あとは任せなさい。
私たちを信じてその子を連れて行ってください。
It seems like Fufua also has like a big what you call it? Sort of like a big deal in this universe as well, in this world, because she's going with Cocolia and Himeko.
わかりました。ブローニャは先に撤退ポイントで待ちます。
I wonder if she has the same history as in the real world.
ねえ、私の活躍はどうですか
Looks like the game is way louder whenever I'm inside of the mission because right now, like the main menu, the music that's going on right now, it doesn't feel as loud. Important assets. Everyone was shocked that the stolen assets turned out to be a young boy. The boy gave off powerful Honkai emissions and bore a startling resemblance to Joachim as well. Her share of reason. The boy manifested physical weapons out of thin air with Honkai energy alone. The Valkyries defeated the weapons, and the boy collapsed in exhaustion. The Herrscher of Reason of this bubble was defeated in 1955. Where did the boy get his powers from? So there's two things that could have happened. One, the same thing that happened in Anti-Entropy visual novel, where the original Herrscher of Reason gave his powers to someone that was nearby, which ended up being Joachim as a kid. Or it could be the same story as Kiana and Sirin, where this Herrscher of Reason that they just found is just a clone of the real Herrscher of Reason. Bronya and Cele brought the boy to the rendezvous point, but things were not that simple. As always, things are never that simple.
Bronya, 作戦地点に到着。目標ファイヤー、レスキュー戦術。目標ファイヤー。
The patrolling mechs are after me. Us? You mean us?
目標ファイヤー。
Watch out, Cele. She'll be fine.
目標ファイヤー。目標ファイヤー。
Cele gets to be the NPC helping me, so of course she's invincible.
行きましょう。敵の行動経路が乱れています。先生と委員長がおとりになってくれたようです。あとは撤退ポイントで合流してヨアヒムを移送すれば。ブローニャお姉ちゃん、どうしましたゼーレ。撤退ポイントには行けない。どうしてですか。
Yeah, why?
どこか別のところに連れて行かないと他の人に渡しちゃダメ。
But why? Is she an anti-entropy spy?
そう言われてもどこに連れて行けばいいのですか。まだわからない。でもゼーレを信じてほしいの。
There's also like another case of anti-entropy actually being like the good guys, the ones that defected from Chickasaw because they found out something bad was going on within Chickasaw.
ゼーレ、どうしたのですか。少し様子が変ですが。ダメ、ブローニャお姉ちゃん、その子をゼーレに。このままじゃまた最初から繰り返しに。
We will end up where we started again and again.
彼を私に渡して。目標発見。
quantum shadow. How? Tele? But
システム警告損傷拡大ファイヤー目標ファイヤー目ファイヤー目標
but you're really tanky.
目ファイヤーファイヤー輸送モード全開ファイヤー秘
There we go.
技解禁
When the quantum shadow flashes, it means phase attack is imminent. Yes, I learned this from the tutorial. Thank you very much. Evade the phase attack to enter phase disruption mode. Hit the enemy during phase disruption to inflict collapse state. Except it died.
どうして倒せるの
A frightened Celia sat on the ground and tried to inch
あ
away.
りえないこの世界の人は抗える術を持たないはずなのに
No one in this world can defeat them.
まさか
Her eyes widened as though she suddenly realized something. Bronya also lowered her weapons and approached Celia
任
slowly.
務開始時からブローニャはある違和感を覚えていました。窮地に陥るたびにあなたはこれから起こることを予見していたかのように動いていたのです。
Is this a loop world?
そしてあなたが漁師の影を呼び出した時ブローニャは確信しました。
Is the Celia of this world just like special and she's like stuck in some sort of like loop?
ゼーレ、あなたはブローニャと同じこの世界のものではありませんね。ブローニャお姉ちゃん。
So that's what she means by being like Bronya. She's taken the place of like a Celia that is supposed to be in this world, but she's actually not from this world. She comes from the actual real world. The Celia that got collapsed and got sucked into the Sea of Quanta, that gave Bronya the Project Bunny. This is the real Celia.
本物のブローニャお姉ちゃんなの？
Mm.
本当にブローニャお姉ちゃんなの？セーレ、ブローニャはここです。ここに久しぶりです。ブローニャはやっとあなたを見つけることができました。セーレ、ブローニャはここです。ここにいます。ブローニャお姉ちゃん。
How long has it been since the sewer waters happened? I can't remember. How long has it been since Project X10 happened? Bronya held Celia tightly around her arms and felt hot tears dripping on her back. She dreamt about this reunion many times. Bronya couldn't remember how many times exactly. She had forgotten about many things. But there were exceptions. She remembered the crying girl, the warmth of her tears, and the embrace they shared. Well, Bronya did lick her tears when she was inside the treasure chest. Most importantly, she remembered the promise they made. Bronya never forgot about that. Her eyes suddenly felt sore and uncomfortable. It's a long-lost feeling she had never experienced after her emotions were all deprived in X10. Warm tears slowly rolled out of her eyes.
しかし、どうしてここにゼーレがいるのですか？一体何が？ゼーレにもわからない。何もない部屋に閉じ込められたことしか覚えていなくて、暗くて寒くて扉ががっちり閉まっていて、時間さえも忘れるくらいその中にいたんだ。
Gotta clean up a little bit of the side of my eyes. Teared up a little bit there.
でもある日 急に扉が開いて光が差してきたの。やっと逃げられる。ブローニャお姉ちゃんのところに行けると思って光に向かって走り出したんだけど、その後のことはよくわからなくて、気がついたらこの世界にいたんだよ。光。大丈夫、精霊。もう大丈夫です。安心してください。ブローニャが見つけたからには精霊をここから出してあげます。
I think there was something as well on like when Bronya got into the Project X10 experiment, when she was trying to just like go to the same place as Celis. She also talked about a light, I think.
でもどうすれば出られるのかわからない。ブローニャお姉ちゃん、その子を天命に引き渡しちゃダメ。どうしてですか？この世界はずっとループしてい
She
る
is
の。
stuck in a loop.
実はお姉ちゃんと出会う前からゼーレは今日という日を何度も繰り返してきたんだよ。最初の数回は任務に失敗して昏睡状態になっちゃったけど、目が覚めたら数日前の学園にいることに気づいたんだ。
Probably in the same spot where Bronya ended up like waking up from.
それから何もかもが同じように繰り返されていくの。通りでゼーレはこれから起こることが分かっていたのですね。何度も試して間違った選択肢を回避して、最後にあの子を救い出して任務をクリアしてきた。それでも時間は繰り返されちゃうんだ。どうして？一体どこがいけないの？
Celis rattled her head and began trembling. A hand gently held her.
怖がらないでください、ゼーレ。今の言葉でブローニャは何が起きているのかを理解しました。どうすればいいかは分かっています。ブローニャを信じてください。はい。
みんな無事のようね。あとはこの子を本部の担当に渡せばこの任務もクリアよ。全員よくやってくれたわ。特にゼーレとブローニャ、あなたたちの存在は任務の達成に不可欠な貢献をもたらしてくれた。
待ってください、カカリア先生。この子は本部に渡せません。
その理由は？
Bronya silently unbuttoned him's shirt to expose his terrible scars.
感電跡、やけど、手術の痕跡。これは天命の実験室で非人道的な扱いを受けた証拠です。彼をそこに戻すことは彼を地獄に送ることと同じです。
ブローニャさん、確かにその通りですが、送らなければどんな結果になるかも考えなければなりません。彼には律者の力があります。彼自身もコントロールできないほどの力です。彼が人間に危害を加える律者ではなく、普通の人間と同じように成長するなど誰も保証ができません。
しかし彼を実験室に戻せば彼は律者にしかなり得ません。
Like sitting?
ブローニャとゼーレは彼を聖フレイヤ学園に連れて行くことを希望します。彼は律者になるかもしれません。または英雄になるかもしれません。しかしどんな運命であれ彼自身が決めるべきです。ブローニャたちにできることは考えることを彼に教えることです。希望は何なのか、未来は何なのか、それを考えることです。これは人間としてあるべき自由です。これも今まで聖フレイヤ学園がブローニャに教えてきたものです。
よく言った。私もそう思っているわ。
This truly is such a different Cocolia from the real world one.
あれ、時間が進んでる。
And this is the answer.
カカリアもひどいわね。 わざと試すような真似して。
A little bit too many tests here. We have the test from Joachim and we have the test from Cocolia.
まさか最初から彼を学園に連れて行くつもりで。
もちろんよ。私たちはセイ・フレイヤのバルキリーだもの。さあ、彼をこちらへ。よく言ったわね、ブローニャ。
ブローニャはただ姫子先生から学んだことを口にしただけです。
謙虚すぎよ。
いいえ、謙虚ではありません。ブローニャは姫子先生に感謝しています。今までずっと先生にお世話になっています。だから先生に伝えたいことがあります。姫子少佐はいい先生です。ブローニャが今までに出会った中で一番いい先生です。ありがとうございます。先生がしてくれたこと心から感謝しています。
ブローニャ。
Yeah, all the things that she just said feel more as like things that she wanted to say to Himeko. Or that she wants to say to Himeko now that she's missing.
急にどうしちゃったのよ。少し照れくさいわね。とにかく今夜はパーッとお祝いしましょう。
はい。
Alright, she shouldn't be the one party. She's always a problem when she drinks.
そういえば確認したいことがありました。委員長、ブローニャは委員長に聞きたいことがあります。
どうしましたか、ブローニャさん。
委員長はこの子のことをどう思っていますか？
彼の境遇には同情します。本部のしたことは非常に残念なことです。
では、過激士月輪はどう思っていますか？
She is part of like Otto's like secret spy Valkyrie.
ブローニャはオットー司教の命でセーフレイヤに入りました。
やはり普通の生徒ではありませんでしたか。
And then she lied about this. She made it seem like she's also like a spy.
この子のことは知りませんでした。とはいえ、あなたを止めるつもりもありません。しかし、私たちは今日の選択に責任を持たなければいけません。世界に危害をもたらす律者にならないように、この子を導かなければならないのです。
So the Fuhua in this world also has like that sense of morality, where she wants to like help people instead of like actually just like being some sort of like a puppet spy of Otto.
そうでなければ、誰かがその責任を果たしに来ますから。
わかりました。ありがとうございます、委員長。執行命令なし。ブローニャ、警戒モード。
任務は失敗。情報屋の銀狐を捕らえることはできたが、ネゲントロピーが一足先に物資を他の場所に移した。第五小隊が追跡を試みるも手がかりを見失ってしまった。
Damn man, they're just too good. We just couldn't find them. It's impossible. They just had that. The technology was too good. It's anti-entropy after all. Unlucky. You know, maybe next time we'll get him.
任務の責任者として全ての責任を負う。それから聖フレイヤ学園に普通の転校生が増える。まあ、これは本部に報告しなくてもいいかしら。これでいいと思う？ブローニャ。
Perfect.
ブローニャは問題ないと思います。
Can we take this Cocolia out and have her in the real world? I don't think I like our Cocolia very much.
やはりあなたを連れて行ったのは正しい選択だったわ。ブローニャ、そう遠くない未来であなたが優秀なバルキリーになっていることを信じているわ。
ありがとうございます、カカリア先生。
It's probably means like a much more, since it's like her mother pretty much.
彼を輸送艦には乗せない。 彼は今日から自由の身だわ。
ブローニャたちは戻ってきたのですか？地形を観察。任務完了。待機モードに移行。
Alright, Joachim, time to tell us. Did we pass the test? Although I'm pretty sure that we did. Reunion. Cele seemed to be able to predict the future. Bronya soon discovered that Cele did not belong here. This Cele was her friend who disappeared in the X10 experiment. Bronya's sidechick and Cele Volere were finally returned. Freedom. The boy with Hershey powers was covered in scars. Chixel performed horrendous tests on him. A hell like that could twist heroes into demons. Bronya must choose. It felt oddly familiar to her. But the girl knew she would make the same choice. His diary. Having made her choice, Bronya returned to the quantum pocket, bathed in shimmering light. Cele was gone, but her diary appeared in Bronya's hand. This book may be the link between the girls. It allows Bronya to manifest her knowledge and memories into the void shadows. Maybe I'll actually be able to finish this early? Already done 6 out of 18. 12 left. Bronya saw Joachim waiting for her in the quantum pocket again. Superposed images. No trial characters? Mei and Kian in the team gain crit rate. I don't have Bronya in the team gains 30% crit damage. I want crit damage with her. Team takes 40% less physical damage. Side characters deal 8% damage. Sounds way better. And Bronia's is something that where she needs Cele and I don't have Cele, so yeah.
その本。
おかえりなさい。一つ目の世界を解いたんだね。僕の正体はもう分かったと思うけど、改めて自己紹介するよ。僕は第一律者、ベルト用の分身。彼が残した一枚のかけらであり、彼の命令でここを守っている。
So in the anti-entropy visual novel, Well Yang is actually just a normal kid, and of course he shows up in like this form, just like a simple kid. When the actual first Hersher was there, and he ended up witnessing like everything. It also shows up in like the second eruption manga, the last part of the anti-entropy visual novel, where the first Hersher gave his core to him, Joachim. So does this mean like he's changed his name, or is his name Joachim Well Yang? I didn't notice it at first because I'm just so used to hearing everybody like call him like Joachim. Like Tesla calls him like that. I think Einstein doesn't call him like that. And he's called like Joachim here, and of course his like real name is Joachim. And Welt is just like the name that was like passed down by the first Hersher. Joachim spoke with a calm voice, but Bronya sensed sorrow in his words.
1年前、ベルトは漁師の海に入って以降、戻ってきていません。その後、一体何があったのですか？
答えを知りたければ、前へ進むといいよ。
I guess it's just gonna be like an answer per world, or an answer per trial.
でも、君の心にまだ迷いがある。あのカカリアという人が君を苦しめている。
大丈夫です。気にしていません。でも、ブローニャは一つ聞きたいことがあります。
ゼーレっていう女の子のこと？彼女のことは知らない。その痕跡を捕捉することもできない。
Can't or any trace of her passing.
彼女の本体が漁師の海に漂っていて、偶然この迷宮と重なっただけかもしれない。
I do remember that little image that they showed us and the little example that they gave us about the glasses and the world. But I don't think I have enough information to actually like give out a conclusion about what's going on.
彼女は特殊な力を持っていて、それで漁師の海を行き来することができるようだね。
Or maybe she's just very much a unique character with a unique power.
でもまだその力を自由に使うことができていない。これから訪れる世界でまた彼女に会えるかもしれない。
Yeah, also like on the Sewer Waters manga, when Sela was about to take like the project that, well, she took the project X10, and while she was taking it, like the a shadow Sela showed up, testing her. If she had like the will to be able to open a treasure chest and of like knowledge, which was what gave Bronya Project Bunny. But even though she passed the test, the shadow mentioned, it seems that you are still not able to control your powers, or it seems like you're not powerful enough, or something of the sort. Oops. It's definitely not the close button.
でも本当の彼女を見つけたいのなら、漁師の海に入らなければいけないだろう。あの本は君と彼女をつなぐ中隊。君の進むべき方向へと導くよ。
わかりました。
As long as that is okay. Bronya held the diary close to her. A gentle blue light washed over her cheek.
ゼーレ、もう少し待っていてください。ブローニャが今すぐそこに行きます。
艦長、まだレーダーに敵影はないの？
え？Those were a lot of misses. This is looking pretty good. I think I'm dealing with fair damage. Let's try. Just I wish that in every mission I would actually had Bronya's little shield. It helps me spam attacks so much, so having to fear of getting interrupted by the enemy. So this whole like jumping between platforms hasn't happened since like chapter 2. Perfect. Whoa. This is so small.
ここはとても暖かいです。
It's a little bigger than half a Himeko.
君が一つ目の世界を解いたから迷宮に変化があったんだ。これが二つ目の世界。君に共鳴して君を呼んでいる。いってらっしゃい、ブローニャ。
The Honkai Impact logo.
ゼーレ、この世界にあなたはいるのですか？
Okay. Tundra Cabin, superposed image. New character, Theresa. Joachim finally revealed his identity. He is a fragment of the first Herrscher Waldjang, and was charged with standing vigil at the Sea of Quanta. He didn't mention Jang's whereabouts. Bronya felt something was amiss. But before I go on to the next mission, I'm gonna go to the toilet. So, Gary? Uh, okay, perfect. I always gotta check for the for the mic volume because sometimes when I unmute myself by pulling down the mic, it actually doesn't unmute itself. So I always gotta be careful about that. Okay, get rid of the text. Check that everything's going on okay. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend to use an audio bitrate of 128. I've never seen that warning before. Something wrong with the audio? I guess I'll check that out later. A little message. There we go. Okay, so far we ended up entering the Sea of Quanta. but we found out that we were being stopped by the mysterious youth, which is actually Joachim. Which at the start wasn't truly that mysterious because I had already known him from the manga and the visual novel. We are apparently going through like trials, which are worlds in which we need to find a sort of answer to a problem that's going on in the specific world, and all of the worlds have some sort of like alternate history, or at the very least, I'm guessing. Since they're supposed to just only be parallel to the real world, and we managed to find Cele, the real Cele, but she apparently cannot show up outside of the worlds in the quantum sea. And apparently, the Cele that shows up is also not like full on the complete true and real Cele. It's a sort of like shadow of her that it's getting like that is like showing up inside of the world. So even though we can see her and touch her and stuff like that, we cannot like save her, um, or like take her out from like the Sea of Quanta because we haven't found the real Cele. We haven't found like her real body or something of the sort. Or at the very least, that's what the idea that I'm getting at the moment. Also, I'm not that surprised that Cele is fine because, for one, the game does spoil you a little bit by showing you or like giving you her character to use on like what is it, the first day of the game that you play, or maybe the second day that you play the game. They give her to you as the training or like the what is it, the starter bonuses. So it's not that much of a surprise that she's fine. Also, she never like really like dies, or it never shows like she's in some sort of danger from like the Sewer Waters manga. She, when the Shadow Cele talks to her and she notices that she cannot control the power, she doesn't have the power in order to be able to open the treasure box, or like to contain or to control what the treasure box was giving her. She says these words, if I remember correctly, something along the lines of "We're about to leave this world. Do you have like a wish?" And then she wants to see Cele for like one last time, and she's able to actually fight to be able to attempt to see Cele Bronya one last time. But for one, the shadow doesn't seem to be like an enemy, even though the shadow Cele seems like sort of like scary. And even Cele, one of the first times that she sees the shadow, she calls it a demon. When Bronya goes and saves her from when Cele gets like kidnapped, because she was gonna get sold to like some absolute ass of a human. But yeah, it's not really that much of a surprise that she's like doing fine. It was more of the fact that you would need to like find her, and I guess they gave her like a lot of hints of like maybe that she was gonna be showing up because of Azure Water talks at the end when a lot of this, when it's just like just about finished, when they're doing like the Project X10 and the Shadow Cele and Cele herself, they talk a lot about the Sea of Quanta, and we just entered the Sea of Quanta, so it's sort of like not much of a surprise. I guess I should have seen this coming from like a mile away, that the Cele that showed up here could have been like the real one. But it's like they do a little bit of like a bamboozle by showing you all these other like characters that are showing up that are not actually supposed to be there. Himeko, Fuhua, Cocolia as a Valkyrie, and then they show up like Cele, so they're making you think that this Cele is also like one of the copies of from like the real world. And it even goes like farther into like having Bronya even like explain it with her own words that no, this is not the real Cele. It's impossible for this to be the real Cele. No, and this Cell is like feels different from the real Cell, because the real Cell is more like a she's more of like a passive person. Like she wouldn't be the kind to actually just speak up. Like on the mission when she like mentioned like this warehouse is actually the one that's supposed to be the real one, where this lost asset of Shiksal is. She doesn't seem like the kind that like speaks up. So now apparently we're just gonna go into the next world and see what's gonna happen. Another bubble universe called her. Bronya woke up in a windy snowscape. Guess I gotta keep a Bronya battlesuit forever in my team, which is fine. This is probably like the best battlesuit that I can keep of Bronya because it gives me the shield.
Karel, 我が子よ。ミハイルのことをよろしく。お菓子を半分こにしてあげて。タニアのことも、あの子はまだ歩けないから。
Bronya heard the man speaking in the darkness. She tried to see, but her eyelids remained shut, determinedly to protect her from the knifing wind. There was something more painful than the screeching winds.
我が子よ。先に行き、主のために荒れ野の道を備えよ。
Bronya regained her vision. She tried to open her eyes, but closed them quickly. She couldn't stop her tears. She saw it, even for the briefest of moments. Sunlight, dazzling and blinding. Only the sun reflecting off the snow can be that blinding. Bronya tried to open her eyes again. Otto and Theresa, the two people that really didn't show up on the last world. A tall priest in a black habit and long blonde hair was giving a sermon for someone who died. There was crying. Several familiar figures stood around the tombstone, with their heads bowed.
我が子たちよ。なぜ先に行く人がいるのかと僕に尋ねるのなら、それは死が先に訪れただけ。悲しみ、苦しみ、恐怖はもう二度と来ない。過ぎたるものは過去だから。
Love his voice. His voice is great. I love his voice actor. Yeah, I'm guessing in this world, instead of becoming the overseer and taking over like Shiksal, he became a normal priest, just a basic priest. But the strange thing is that Theresa's here. Theresa's a clone. So maybe Otto was the overseer and created Theresa's clone, but then left it? Left Shiksal? Oh yeah, and of course Joachim is here. Someone took Bronya's hand gently. She turned around and saw Celia standing near her. Bronya's racing heart calmed, and she gave Celia's hand a gentle squeeze.
子供たち、戻ろうか。なんだい？まだ言いたいことがあるのかい？
カレル、あなたのお気に入りの車のおもちゃを持ってきたわ。色が剥げたところをヨアヒムとクレヨンで色付けしたの。気に入ってくれると嬉しいわ。
Theresa placed the wooden car on the tombstone. The children said their parting words and left. The priest and the children are heading towards the hill. We should follow them. Bronya trailed behind them with Cele.
も写真もない。あるのは大人と子供たちが別れを告げる時間だけです。変わった風景ですが、馴染みのないものではありません。
ここは孤児院だよ。この子たちは私たちと同じ、ずっと孤児院にいるの。ブローニャお姉ちゃん、見て。あそこに木でできた小屋があるでしょ。多分彼らの家だよ。
Forgot to check that. I even opened my eyes. Yes, I did open. Good. The children walked through the door one by one. The priest spoke to them. He and the children seemed close.
あの神父は孤児院の責任者。
ここでオットー司教に会うとは思いませんでした。
お姉ちゃん、あの人のことを知っているの？
I mean, after meeting Himeko, Fuhua, and even Cocolia, being like a Valkyrie, I guess nothing is off the table on these worlds.
危険で悪い人です。でも、この世界の彼は現実世界とは違っているかもしれません。
Just like Cocolia.
一つ前の世界では、カカリアお母様も別人でした。とりあえず、この世界の突破口もきっとヨアヒムにあります。近づく機会を探しましょう。
Bronya and Sela entered the building but failed to find the priest. The children sat around a worn table in silence.
みんなお腹空いたよね。今日のお昼ご飯は何だと思う？
If there is a common denominator between the real world and this quantum world, is that Theresa is still as good as always. No one answered Theresa. She looked a little sad seeing their gloomy faces.
人参ポタージュかな？違うわ。ポタージュは火曜に食べたばかりよ、ジェーレ。今日は水曜日。ポテトとビーフの煮込みよ。
Theresa tried to sound excited, but it failed to achieve the desired effect.
ブローニャ、ポテトとビーフどちらが多いと思う？
ポテトですか？
ブブー。罰ゲームとしてビーフ多めにするわ。たくさん食べて大きくなるのよ。
テレサ、
どうしたの？ヨアヒム。
元気を出してほしいのはわかるけど、無理して僕たちを慰めなくていいんだ。
Teresa's a good girl. Trying to make everybody happy after that funeral.
カレルはいなくなった。みんなには時間が必要なんだ。テレサもね。
Teresa set aside her ladle and bowed her head.
ヨアヒム。ねえ、本当にあのことについてもう少し考えなくていいの？
うん。もう決めたんだ。
そう。ご飯にしましょう。
おや、もうご飯かい？
I like his other suit better, like the dark suit.
神父様、わざわざ着替えてどうしたのですか？村に行くの？
もうすぐ冬だから、雑貨屋で食材をたくさん買おうと思ってね。
I'm guessing that they didn't make the model with like the dark suit, and this is like his normal model because it's the same model that he shows up with on chapter 9.
テレサ、ゴーヤ餅は食べたいか
い？I guess this is just like something that's gonna happen to Teresa, and like every world, she's gonna like bitter melon.
食べたい。熱いゴーヤ餅が食べたいわ。神父様大好き。
多めに買って帰るから、みんなで分けて食べよう。
神父様、ゴーヤ餅は誰も食べないから、最終的に全部テレサが食べるんだよ。
そうだよ、アヒム。明日、リーゼル夫人が君を迎えに来るけど、荷物はまとめたかい？
Gotta love her voice.
まだだよ。
早く準備をしておきなさい。今日はみんなとちゃんとお別れをして、心残りがないようにしないと。では行ってくる。孤児院は任せたよ、テレサ。
ええ、行ってらっしゃい、神父様。
Alright, Teresa also mentions calls Otto as priest rather than grandpa.
テレサ、 何か手伝えることはありませんか？
Give me a second.
そうね。洗濯物のカゴが5つも溜まってるわ。それに帳簿の確認もまだね。北側の部屋の天井の穴もまだ修理できてないし。
These problems are a little bit too real.
そうだ。薪も足りてないわ。向かいの山の中腹で調達してきてくれないかしら。寒くなる前にたくさん準備しておきたいの。本当は力のある男の子がやるべきことなのに。ごめんね。カレルを失ってユアヒムももうすぐ孤児院を出るから。
A little liveliness left in the place was gone. But little liveliness left in the place was gone. Bronya did not know what to
大
say.
丈夫。ゼーレとブローニャお姉ちゃんが薪を集めてくるよ。お願いね。日が暮れる前に帰ってくるのよ。私も一人の時間が必要なのかもしれないわ。
She really was forcing herself. Tried to make everybody happy.
警戒を怠らないように。館長、何かいい作戦でも思いついた？
Quantum shadow hovering in the skies. People in this bubble universe can see them. Strange. This world seems unstable. Ow. It's just like a blurry dream. Wish I dealt a little bit more damage. Actually, I wish I had like the other like trial battles that they were giving me before. The triple S ones. Oh. Missed that dodge. It would be better if I just use Fuhua. Since it's like way faster. Yep, seems so. This is still gonna take a while though. I ain't dealing a lot of damage. I think the other trial Himeko was dealing like 1,000 damage per like hit. So me dealing like 200s and 500s right here, it's just like, it's not very good. But at the very least on the bright side I can still unlock them so it doesn't become like that much of a problem.
少し変です。孤児院から結構離れているのに、漁師の影はさておき、敵に全く遭遇しないのは不自然です。
Yeah, except a couple of like bunch of enemies. I guess maybe she means as like normal wildlife rather than the quantum shadows. Because she mentioned that nobody else in the world seems to be able to see them.
人の少ない雪原なのに崩壊獣がいません。肉食性の
predatory animals.
気のせいでしょうか。空気中に何かが。
ブローニャお姉ちゃん、ここにちょうどいい木があるよ。薪に使えそう。
ゼーレ、無理しないでください。ブローニャがやりましょう。
The sight of Sele trying to use an axe was painful to Bronya.
大丈夫。この世界にいると今の姿を維持できるから。少しでもブローニャお姉ちゃんの力になりたいの。
I wonder if things... Well, I guess maybe not. She was able to fight enemies on World 1. I was thinking that maybe she's like weaker because she's like been stuck in like the sort of like the void for like all these years. Sele swung the axe to hack branches and twigs from a tree.
ここでの生活、ゼーレたちがいた孤児院と似ているね。あの子たちを見ると、まるで昔の自分たちを見ているみたいだよ。毎日苦しいけど、 みんなで一緒に頑張って小さな幸せを守っていく。みんな家族を失ったけど、孤児院でまた新しい家族ができた。
She gathered and stacked the twigs and branches.
でもここの子たちはそんなに団結していない気がするの。ヨアヒムも孤児院を出るみたいだし。
We also haven't seen any other children other than Theresa, Bronya, Cele, and Joachim.
神父の言葉によると、彼は養子になるみたいです。
孤児院にとって養子になる子供がいるのはいいことだけど、ヨアヒムの反応が少し変な気がするな。何か事情があるのかもしれません。テレサに聞いてみましょう。焚き木はこれで十分なはずです。そろそろ戻りましょう。うん、ブローニャお姉ちゃん。
静かな時ほど危険なもの。任務完了です。
That was a very weird end pause for Cele. Does she also know something about this world? Tundra cabin. Another bubble universe called to her. Bronya woke up in a windy snowscape. She didn't expect to see Shiksal Overseer Otto Apocalypse here. She was more astonished when this Otto turned out to be an orphanage patriarch. Right? The past. Bronya met Cele again in World 2. Joachim believed that she might be in the sea, but her presence was only superposed on the bubble universe. Yeah, we're not actually seeing like the real Cele or like her real body. The orphanage brought back Bronya's memories. She would do whatever it takes to bring Cele back to the real world, as she had promised. Painful past. Bronya wanted to learn more about Joachim, but Theresa gave an unexpected tale. Hey.
Theresa, 戻りました。
I really hope they don't give me another mission where I'm supposed to use another character because I keep forgetting to check.
ありがとう。助かったわ。
Theresa easily carried all the wood that Bronya and Cele struggled to drag back to the orphanage. She skillfully divided the wood by size and added some to the fireplace.
生活は苦しいけれど、神父様とみんながいればきっとなんとかなるわ。
テレサはいつからここに？
両親のことはよく覚えてないの。私の一番古い記憶は神父様に自分がおんぶされているところ。
So the whole thing chronicles about Theresa didn't happen in this world.
私をおぶって薪を割っていたわ。外は雪だったけど、神父様の背中は暖かかったのを覚えてる。この孤児院を神父様が作ったことは大きくなってからやっと理解したの。
Is it possible that Theresa is actually a normal human in this world?
最初に来た子供じゃないけど、今いるこの中で一番長くいると思うわ。ここが好きだから離れるつもりもないの。
I mean, the uniqueness is saying that she grew up rather than her being born in, like, well, this size and staying in this size for like 40 years.
ヨアヒムはどうですか？
どうして急に彼のことを？
お昼ご飯の時、少し気まずい雰囲気だったので。明日、彼はここを出るのですよね。だから、何があったのか、ブローニャは知っておきたいのです。
内緒にしてたわけじゃないんだけど、私とヨアヒムに何かあったのではなく、神父様と彼の間に問題があるのよ。神父様とヨアヒムに何があったの？ヨアヒムの父親は神父様に殺されたの。
The Otto in this world doesn't seem as evil or as malevolent as the Otto from the real world. It seems like he's actually trying to help, and it doesn't seem like he has like his like past from the real world. So I don't know what I'm supposed to think about this.
どうしてそんなことに？
私の知る限り、彼の父親は医者で、病気で亡くなったヨアヒムの母親を生き返らせる研究をしていたみたい。そして、彼は禁忌を犯したの。
So he is a priest. He reminds me of a Fate priest now, where they're actually just like some sort of like secret organization that are trying to like stop people from going into like the dark arts or the dark magic, forbidden arts, forbidden magic. And he was there to stop well, this happening. What was it? Bring back Joachim's passed away mom back to life.
最初、ヨアヒムの父親はモルモットを使って実験していたわ。けど、徐々にエスカレートしていって、猫や犬を使うようになってね。そして、神父様がそれに気づいたとき、最終的には孤児にまで手を出すようになっていた。そんな。だから、神父様がヨアヒムの父親を殺した。
So either he's just really a full-on, completely good person in general, or perhaps he is part of like some sort of like secret organization, where they stop people from using forbidden arts.
それでヨアヒムは孤児になったのよ。
では、ヨアヒムはそのことで神父のことを恨んでいるのですか？
恨むことができたなら、ある意味解放されたかもしれないわね。ヨアヒムは父親が犯した罪を知っていて、止めようとしたけど止められなかったの。だから、神父様のことを恨んだりはしてないはずよ。
And what is it?
彼が孤児院に来てからは、お兄さんみたいな立ち位置で他の子の面倒を見てくれていたわ。何かあればいつも彼が一番前に立ってくれた。
If Joachim actually ended up understanding or knowing the reason as to why Otto did that, and he doesn't hate Otto, then what even is the problem?
その姿を見たとき、もう過去のことは忘れたものだと思っていたわ。
それで
ヨアヒムは頭が良くて、機械をいじるのも得意で、任されたことはいつも上手にこなせるの。だから彼を自分の跡継ぎにしようと神父様は考えたわ。でもその日からヨアヒムは暗くなっていった。その時やっと彼があのことを忘れたわけじゃないって気づいたの。もしかしたら彼にはこことは違う憧れの生活があって、孤児院を継ぎたくないだけなのかも。
Maybe he is planning on getting adopted.
それなら彼は言うはずだわ。でもヨアヒムはそうしなかった。彼は怖がっているの。何を？いつか自分も神父様と同じ立場になって同じ選択に直面するかもしれないことを。
If Otto really is in like some sort of like secret organization, then maybe the orphanage is the kind of like way of passing down its like mission to protect people of somebody that dabbles in the forbidden arts.
かつての自分の苦しみを他の子に与えてしまうことを。
Which could then lead to this.
それが彼の忘れられないトラウマだからね。しばらくしたら隣町のリーゼル夫人がヨアヒムを養子にしたいって言ってきたわ。ヨアヒムはそれに同意した。
彼は逃げています。
こ こを離れることで彼に新しい始まりを与えてくれるかもしれないわ。
でもそうしたら彼の心のしこりは永遠に消えません。
理屈は分かっていてもなかなか手放せない時は多々あるわ。
She's right.
私がその立場だったらきっとすぐ納得できないもの。それでもヨアヒムが落ち込む姿は見たくないの。昔の彼はこんな感じじゃなかったから。何かしてあげたい。家族なんだもの。そういえばもうすっかり暗くなったのに神父様がまだ戻ってこないわね。おかしいわ。少し見てくるわね。
位置につきました。
え、
口ほどにもない。
More of these quantum shadows. What are all these things? Oh, I have no idea what's going on, but I just know that I'm boxed. Oh, I'm almost dead. Gotta be careful. I need the shield to come back. Bronya, give me back the shield. No. Oh, 8 HP. I definitely have a feel for this game now. These are 100% the last enemies. If I can deal with this, I can actually just beat the level. Unable to locate the priest. Should split up. Look on the other side of the hill. Please help us search this side. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not getting a feel for this game. At the very least, I have the shield back. Should be able to deal with it. It's kind of getting stunned though. I think I got this. It's gonna take a while though. I'm already very much missing all of those trial characters that they gave you. I wonder why they changed it. I mean, I don't think this like is something that the players would maybe end up complaining about. This thing is getting way too stun locked. I was even able to grab that health. Almost done. And done.
もう突き当たりですね。神父様はここには来ていないようです。戻りましょう。
Bronya thought about what Theresa said as she trudged through the snow. The sun shone on the pristine snow, reminiscent of the day 7 years ago when she met her Matushka for the first time. It was a painful memory, a shame that shackled her.
手放せないもの。ブローニャも同じですね。
ブローニャお姉ちゃん、大丈夫？さっきからずっと考え事してる。
ゼーレ、
Bronya could not find an answer to her question. Zele gently held her
ど
hand.
うしたら少し良くなる？昔怖い時ブローニャお姉ちゃんが いつもこんな風に手をつないでくれたんだよ。
She really feels like the little sister.
お姉ちゃんの手は温かくて、それで怖い気持ちが軽くなったのを覚えてる。
ゼーレ、
苦しいことならもう考えないで。ゼーレはずっとブローニャお姉ちゃんのそばにいるよ。昔お姉ちゃんがゼーレにしてくれたように。
ありがとう。ブローニャはもう大丈夫です。少しだけ迷いましたが、それでも向き合うと決めましたから、テレサのところに行きましょう。
Bronya must be over the moon after finally finding Cele. Bronya turned and started heading back. Cele's smile slowly faded.
よくやったわ、ゼーレ。
Shadow Cele.
ゴールまであと少しよ。こんなの本当に大丈夫なの？
大丈夫よ、ゼーレ。私たちがしてきたことは全てここを出るため。お姉様と一緒に現実に戻るためだから。
The demon. Should I call her Shadow Cele or should I call her demon? Those are like the only two like shapes, or like Cele once called her demon. But when they got on Project X10, she showed up as like a Shadow Cele. I don't know which name is best.
ここが別れた場所です。テレサは向こうに行ったはずです。
神父様、神父様、テレサの声だよ。何かあったのかな？
Did they get attacked by a beast? Maybe they finally saw one of the quantum beasts?
起きて、起きてよ。神父様、お願いだから目を覚まして。何があったの？どうして神父様が倒れてるの？
It's the marks from Honkai corruption, the same marks that appeared on Tesla's arm in Chapter 9.
気を失っています。早く孤児院に運ばないと。ゼーレ、ここに残ってテレサの手助けをお願いします。ブローニャは孤児院に戻って年長の子供たちを呼んできます。
少し休みますか？
Is that even safe? He's turned into a zombie. Honkai beasts, they appeared without warning. Hostiles are too close to the orphanage. Do I actually need to kill that? No, I don't.
崩壊獣の数が増えています。一体何が？大変です。このままではゼーレとテレサが危ない目に。
The Honkai beasts have stopped. The beasts turned around and marched off into the depths of the snow, as though controlled by something.
何が？
Bronya held her breath. Something strange was happening, and then she saw it.
あなたは第8の神の鍵、土星の羽ですね。
ブローニャ。
ブローニャの名前を知っているのですか？
This is the look that Buhua had when she appeared in front of Himeko, as well as the look that she had when she fought against Tyrion, when she used the thing that they mentioned right here, this Feng Chung down. This is also the look that she had at that moment. So far, there's been a Fuhu in World 1, there's a Fuhu in World 2, and she also has like the feathers on this world. And on the first world, she was still like a spy of Oto.
あなたには羽の痕跡があります。それがあなたに私の姿を見せ、私にあなたのことを知らせました。驚きました。あなたはここのものではありませんね。あなたは皆さんの記憶に存在していますが、この世界のものではありません。私は都政の羽が残した3000片の羽のうちの一片、あの男の守りたいという気持ちに応じてここに参りました。
Yeah, Oto isn't or like the Oto from this world isn't actually evil like at all. His will to protect. 3,000 feathers.
孤児院を崩壊獣から守ったのはあなただったんですね。どうして神父が都政の羽を持っているのですか？
都政の羽の主は彼に恩があり、そのお返しとして彼の心に羽を一片残しました。彼は私をここに連れてきました。それから彼の意志に応じてこの雪原を守ってきたのです。しかし彼の命は今終わりを迎えようとしています。私の力もその精神とともに果てるでしょう。
So he is turning into a zombie.
神父はいなくなるのですか？
彼には心残りが、未練があります。しかし最も彼を束縛しているのは彼の心にある穴です。彼は自身の認めたある人に私を託し、力をその方へ受け継がせようと思っています。
So rather than it being like some sort of like secret organization where he's protecting people or like stopping people from using the forbidden arts, he wants Joachim to be able to, what's the word for it? Inherit the orphanage, which in turn means that he'll end up inheriting the power of the feather and be able to protect the orphanage.
しかし、彼とその人の間には越えられない壁があります。
Yeah, the priest and Joachim.
ヨアヒムのことですね。やはり神父は彼がこのまま出て行ってほしくないと思っているのですね。もしヨアヒムがこのまま孤児院を出たら、そのわだかまりが永遠に解けることはありません。
これは彼らのわだかまりだけではありません。あなたのわだかまりでもあります。
どういう意味ですか？
ブローニャ、あなたは答えを求めるためにここに来ました。
I guess the Sea of Quanta Joachim actually told her that she needed to find answers.
しかし、あなたが本当に見つけたいのは他人ではなく、あなた自身の答えです。それがあの瞬間、あなたが開演の目に入った理由です。答えを知りたければ前へ進みなさい。いつかあなたは過去を乗り越え、自分の道を見つけます。
Walk out of your own past and find the way. The familiar figure disappeared into the light, leaving an echo of her passing. The feather she left disappeared silently into the snow.
まあまあでしたね。
The chasm. Bronya learned of the chasm between Otto and Joachim. Joachim respected Otto, but the priest killed his father. Bronya felt something similar as well. The children carried the priest to the orphanage, but the long night had just begun. Just the Bronya Ball said, okay.
神父様、目が覚めたのね。
テレサ、僕は一体、どうやら心配をかけたようだね。はい、テレサが大好きなゴーヤ餅だ。すまない、もう冷めてしまったね。
I can't, man. As a villain, I really like Otto, and I also like his I like his backstory as well, and I guess I can also say that I sort of like can understand what he's like going through, just like living for like 500 years with like an objective in mind and not thinking about anything else other than fulfilling that objective. That objective is like the only thing that he cares about. But even though he mentioned and he thinks himself that that is the only thing that he cares about, in the second eruption manga he he shows that he is not truly just like completely like evil. It's just like he's not completely like corrupted by, for example, for like the power that he currently has of like Chiksal. It's just like he's like being, he helped Teresa, he helped Cecilia. Well, not really. He actually killed her, but um, I guess like he does things for to fulfill like his objective in the long run, but he still protected Teresa, and even put that the objective on her of like mastering the Oath of Judah. And now that I'm seeing him instead of like in the light of like a villain, in like this sort of like shape of someone that's actually caring for like an orphanage, and like he's trying to protect people from like dabbling in like the forbidden arts or something of the sort, but he's slowly getting eaten away by like Honkai corruption. And like just the first thing that he says when he like wakes up and sees Teresa is just this.
どうやら心配をかけたようだね。はい、テレサが大好きなゴーヤ餅だ。すまない、もう冷めてしまったね。
This part, it's just like it destroys my heart. It absolutely like destroys my heart. Like, if there's an author that should be living and well and be able to have like some sort of like happy life, this is definitely like the author that should have it. But he, instead of that, he instead has this great problem, which is like Honkai corruption, and it doesn't seem like they even know about it. Like the kids don't know anything about the Honkai. I don't even know if he knows about like the infection that he has, like the problem that he has of the Honkai corruption.
今はそんな場合じゃないわ。何があったの？どうしてこんなところで倒れていたの？
Yeah, even though it's obvious to like us as the players, it's like they don't know about it.
その傷は一体。
ああ、平気だ。一晩寝れば治るさ。
And even trying to make her feel better. But we also know from what the feather said that he's actually not okay at all. He's dying.
ブローニャお姉ちゃん、どうしたの？顔色が少し悪いよ。ブローニャは平気です。
Door opened. Joachim looked extremely anxious.
神父様!
He cares. He returned to his usual expression once he saw that Father Otto was fine.
無事でよかった。
He cares. But this trauma that he has is not letting him take over the orphanage. If he didn't have this sort of like trauma, he would 100% take the orphanage. Because or like, I don't know. This expression of him, him being worried about the priest, just like Teresa did say it. Joachim does not hate Priest Otto.
ヨアヒム、荷物はもうまとまったかい?
Putting others first.
はい。
Joachim stood by the bed with his head bowed. Otto tried to pat him, but he flinched away. The priest took back his hand and started to hold the crucifix on his chest.
明日の朝に出るんだ。今日早めに休むといい。この十字架、僕の代わりに君に持っていてほしいんだ。
He gave the cross to Joachim, but Joachim did not accept it.
村で君に渡す選別を探したんだが、やはりこの十字架を君に渡したいと思ってね。僕を幾度も災いから守ってくれた。神の加護を君にも受けてほしいんだ。
いい。
Joachim.
ヨアヒム、受け取って。
Yeah, please. It's like, it's probably like his last gift.
ごめん。もらえない。神の加護。
人を殺めたものなら神の加護を受けられるの？
ヨアヒム、何を？神父様が十字架をあなたに渡すのはね。
いいんだ、テレサ。
あなた、神父様の気持ちを何も分かってない。
何も分かってないのはそっちだ。
待ってくれ、ヨアヒム。
To everyone's surprise, Joachim ran out of the room. The father tried to follow, but he collapsed onto the floor.
まずい、もう日が暮れる。危ないわ。
テレサ、神父をよろしくお願いします。ヨアヒムはブローニャが連れ戻します。
Yeah, seriously, if the sun is setting in this like snowscape,
何かいい作戦でも思いついた？
it's probably like insanely dangerous for a kid. Tundra has changed. Bubble universe composition has been altered. Did Joachim do this? But which one? You say Joachim, but we have two. Did the Joachim of this world have the power to alter the composition of the bubble world? Or did the Joachim from Sea of Quanta have like the sort of power to alter the composition of this world and present like a challenge for Bronya? You guys are so tanky. Need to use that attack more. It's like the only thing that actually deals damage. There we go. Never mind. That one didn't even deal 1,000 damage. There's another one right there. Can you please come over a little bit faster? I need to have both of you like stun locked. Doing this attack. The very least they attack each other. I hope they're dealing damage to each other. Dang it. Not you now. Come on, guys. Please get closer to each other. I need to stack you. Perfect. Never mind. Almost dead. Oh. Oh, Himeka's better at stun locking, so I'll probably do better with her. Or not. I can't hit the other one. This is a little bit worrisome. Perfect. Yeah, a little late with the help. Okay, yes, Joachim.
ヨアヒム、言いたいことは戻ってから話し合いましょう。皆さんが心配しています。
僕のことはほっといて。僕を心配してるんじゃない。僕を手放したくない。神父様のことが心配なんだろう。もう考えたくない。僕のことはいいんだ。一人にさせて。
We can't, you'll die out here. And even more if there are Honkai beasts around.
大丈夫です。
何かいい作戦でも思いついた？
Oh. Ah. Ouch. Alright, I was hoping that this would actually deal way more damage. Right. Got the big one down. There we go, finally.
やだ。来ないで。
早く立っ ってください。ヨアヒム、ヨアヒム。助けて。
おっと。おっと。
よかった。みんな無事で。テレサに見つからないようにするのって結構大変なんだね。
As the priest stumbled and fell, Bronya darted forward to hold him and found him unconscious. Though the priest was tall and well built, he was extremely weak. Lifting him was difficult.
気を失ってしまいました。手を貸してください。神父に助けられたのでしょう。
Joachim could only tremble. The sight of this angered Bronya. She picked up the cross on the ground and threw it at Joachim.
一体何から逃げているのですか？自分の過去からですか？神父と孤児院のみんなからですか？どちらも違うはずです。あなたは自分自身から逃げています。ただの臆病者です。
Tell him, Bronya. Look at all the things that the priest is doing to actually protect him. You could on his last moments, you could at the very least be nice to him.
わからない。一体どうすれば正しいか。
I mean, he literally is pretty much sacrificing his life, just diverting and running out when he just has like this terrible Honkai corruption that's going on. It's even like higher than it was like when we found him at the start. At the start, he only had like a couple of scars on the left side of like his neck and his face, but now it's all the way over on his like chest on his right side as well, the face.
この世界は何が正しく何が間違いなのか、その言葉で片付けられるものばかりではありません。正しい悪いの区別がされるのは物事のみで、人の心には当てはまらないのです。人に対してあることは何かをした後に背負わなければいけない責任だけです。難しいのは分かっています。昔のブローニャもあなたと同じでした。怖いなら言ってください。黙ったままにしないで、無理に大丈夫だとも言わないでください。あなたのことが大事で、あなたも大事に思っている人にその気持ちを伝えてください。あなたには家族がいます。何もかもが取り返しのつかないことになる前に。
The rest of the children came running. Together, they carried the unconscious priest back to the orphanage. The next morning, Bronya and Sela were woken up by Theresa, who knocked at her door. All three of them went to Joachim's room, but found that he was gone. The boy left without telling anyone.
やっぱり行っちゃったわね。ブローニャ、ゼーレ、神父様にお話があるわ。
Bronya and Sela glanced at each other and followed Theresa to her room in the heart of the orphanage. If there is an auto that deserves to have like all the happiness in the world, it's definitely this one. The frail priest tried to turn around. Crimson wounds ran through his body, threatening to split him apart.
テレサ、僕は十字架を雪原に落としたようだ。
神父様、休んでいてください。十字架は私が探してくるわ。来週、いや、明日、町の病院に連れて行くから、きっと治るわ。
大丈夫、いいんだ。ヨアヒムは言ってしまったかい？
Not even putting himself first in this moment. The children were silent. The answer was obvious.
そうかい。
It's kind of like boys, like, can tell that there's anything that's hurting him, it's the fact that he left without even saying goodbye.
彼の気持ちは理解できる。彼を孤児にしてしまったのは僕だからね。
神父様のせいじゃない。
善か悪かだけでこの世のすべての問題は解決できない。あの時彼の父親を救う方法が他にあったのではないかといつも自分自身に問いかけるんだ。でもいくら考えてもあの日僕が彼を殺す結果に変わりはなかった。彼を通して昔の自分を見たのかもしれない。自分で殺したかった自分自身を。
神父様。
Theresa parted her lips, but her voice failed her.
かつての僕も禁忌に触れ悪の力に手を染めた。たくさんの人を巻き添え、いや犠牲にしてしまった。
So he's sort of like similar to the real world Otto, but oh god,
聖女が僕を止めて
the paladins.
深淵から救い出してくれた。僕は彼女と一緒に組織から逃げ、罪の根源を誰も知らない場所に封印した。でも僕たちは呪いを受けたんだ。彼女は2年後にこの世から去った。彼女がいなくなる前にこの選択に後悔しているかと彼女に聞いたんだ。今その答えを君たちに伝えるよ。人の一生では3回の成長を迎える。1回目は善と悪を理解する。2回目は善と悪だけじゃないと理解する。3回目は善と悪がないと承知した上で自分の信じたことを貫き責任を持てるようになる。
The priest's eyes sparkled. He spoke calmly, but the words trembled with emotion. He must have remembered something that even time itself failed to erase.
彼女を異国の地に埋め、ここで孤児院を建てた。ヨアヒムの迷いは理解できる。かつての僕もあんな風に迷っていた。だから彼の選択を尊重するよ。
神父様。
子供たち、僕はもう戻れないんだ。犯した過ちが多すぎて、僕にできるのは自分の過去に責任を持つことだけだ。でも君たちのおかげで自分にはまだ幸せな思い出があると気づいた。ありがとう。
神父様、きっと大丈夫よ。ヨアヒム、聞いてましたか？
ん？
ヨアヒム。
I'm glad. He's at least here to just like say goodbye or like hear his final words.
神父様が昨晩亡くした十字架を見つけたよ。僕にプレゼントすると言ってくれたから。
Joachim clutched the cross like a child holding fast to a well-loved treasure.
今でも迷っているけど、これからどうすればいいかわからないけど、でもどうしても伝えたいことがあるんだ。僕はこの一歩を踏み出し、孤児院を継ぎ、神父様の責任を受け継ぎたいと思う。だからこれからも僕の家族として僕を導いてください。
Joachim knelt by the bed and cried. Theresa gently embraced him without a word.
ああ、ヨアヒム。君はきっと自分の道を見つけ出すと信じてるよ。
The priest held the pendant tightly. His eyes sparkled bright with the final embers of his life.
美しい戦いをした。先陣を切り、駆け抜けてきた。君の信じた道は守ったよ。
A drop of tear fell on the wooden floor. And a lot of mud falling on my blanket until light washed over the entire world. Ah. I mean, I'm already like really biased towards like Otto because I like him like a villain, but seeing him in like this like light as like a some sort of like maybe not a hero, but of someone that he turned around from all the wrongs that he was doing in order to do some like sort of like good for the world, by like creating this like orphanage and then seeing him like at the end of his life that he's just the one thing that he wanted was like for like Joachim to be able to inherit and be able to defend the orphanage by inheriting the power of the feather, and him just like running away and not even like saying goodbye or like hearing his final words. My poor heart. My poor heart. Device and manifest. Advice. It's not fair for all those things to actually show up so fast. I'm here like cleaning up the tears from like my eyes, moving my head around so I can't read. Long night. The priest gave his cross to Joachim on his final night, but it only gave rise to more pain. Unable to contain his emotions, Joachim stormed out into the night. The bubble universe changed dramatically, or drastically. The priest passed. In his final moments, the priest told the children about his path. He practiced the forbidden arts, but a paladin redeemed his soul. He forsook his family name, yet guilt clung onto him. Something had given him strength to go on. Though the priest didn't say what that was, his eyes glowed faintly when he mentioned the paladin. I wonder if the paladin's actually like the Callan of this world. Orphan's future. The boy who grew up in the orphanage decided to take up the priest's burden. Or maybe it was the who of this world? Because of the feather? He's prepared to face the future no matter how dark or bright it may be. In the real world, Joachim would never appear in the priest's orphanage. Perhaps something linked Weld Yang to this strange bubble universe. Ugh. And there's still more, and there's still way more. Ugh, pain. Let me see, it's 1 p.m. I think I'm barely gonna be able to finish this. God dang it. The bubble universe world 2 dissipated. Joachim approved Bronya's actions and told her about the truth of the Sea of Quanta. And I should probably swap to her because she's stronger. She's S rank already. It's her little leader skill. Teams with 3 biotype characters gain 20% physical damage. This might be better. 20% crit rate. Over 14% less melee physical damage. Because she's not a side type, she's not making use of this. And there aren't 3 biotype characters. I don't think this does anything. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go like this. Oh fuck, my eyes hurt. My tears are just like drying up on my face and it hurts. As usual. Bronya looked around. The glowing diary she carried calmed her a little.
君の心にあった迷いは前より少なくなったみたいだ。この迷宮の一部としてそれが徐々に崩れ落ちていくのを感じるよ。君は想像以上だ。 だから君に真実を教えるべきだと思う。
漁師の海に一体何があったのですか？
ベルとヨウは漁師の海で最後まで戦った。敵があまりにも強大で、彼が全力を出しても戦況は覆せなかった。
The serpent.
最後、彼は残った力を全て使い、漁師の海と現実の間に二つを断絶する障壁を作ったんだ。
障壁？
その障壁は死んだ者を拒まないけど、中に入ろうとする命には試練を与えるんだ。そうだ、ブローニャ。君が今いる迷宮のことだ。ベルトの肉体は消えてなくなったけど、その存在は漁師の海で迷宮になった。君がここで見た全てのものは彼の過去であり、彼の迷いであり、そして彼の希望でもある。
ベルトが命を懸けて蛇が現実世界へと侵入することを止めたのですね。
Like, I wonder what would have happened if Einstein was the one to actually come in here. Because once again, like Einstein's probably not much of a fighter herself. So maybe things would have gone too well.
さあ、最後の道が開くよ。
私の番ね。即戦即決よ。
Alright, Teddy. Show me your power as the game freezes for a couple of seconds. Well, she's definitely doing a lot more damage than the other characters that I was using. There we go. I do already miss the other SSS Theresa that you have on the on like chapter 9 and stuff. She had a weapon skill that was really good. Made it really easy to deal with all the enemies. I mean, I guess at one point in time they also gave me this Theresa to use. But I think she had another weapon. Definitely wasn't this. I think this is the first time that I've seen this cross. This damn attack that blocks you in. Oh yeah, this Theresa way better than any of the other characters that I was using. I just kind of wish that I had you know, put on his shield back. Touch. Miss. There we go. The first dodge actually seemed like I timed it well, but the second dodge that I did, it felt like I did it too early. There we go. Should be good enough. Finish it. guess maybe this Theresa feels a lot better because the other characters don't really have like a weapon skill or anything of the sort. And her skill is like throws out like a little like turret to actually help me, so I'm just doubling my DPS. And she's also level 40 and an S rank.
その時、僕は君の力となり、断りのコアの場所へ案内するよ。その力を借りて、君は漁師の海に入ることができる。でも、律者のコアにあまり長く接触してはいけない。君の体が引き裂かれてしまうから。
Probably something similar to like Wendy. They did mention that the cores actually have like start corrupting people.
わかりました。
約束して、ブローニャ。これから何を見ても、絶対に蛇をここから出さないと。
約束します。世界を脅かす蛇はブローニャの敵でもあります。ブローニャは絶対にベルトの意志を裏切りません。
幸運を祈るよ、ブローニャ。
最後の世界、それを解いてブローニャは漁師の海に入ります。ゼーレとデザイアジェムがそこでブローニャを待っています。
The final world. That's my Teddy Teddy. Adorable as always. I got a Kiana, but she's A rank. I guess the only thing that I can care about her is if she has like a better sort of like leader skill to use. Joachim told Bronya that while Jiang used his remaining energy to create this labyrinth of a barrier separating the Sea of Quanta from reality in order to stop the serpent from escaping. The bubble universes that Bronya experienced are Welt's cognitive projections upon this world. Joachim believed that Bronya may help save Welt. I was like stopped before Bronya because the way that she refers to herself in like in English, da Bronya, always gets me like all confused. One Bronya battlesuit. Let's see. I guess I haven't checked the other ones. I should check everyone's like video skills. She's SS? Right, never mind. Apparently she's good. King gains 20%. Speed mech type characters gain 11% attack. I think this is still better. The highest level that I have? Yes. Guess I can play like that. And hope that she's good. Sounds were echoing in the darkness. The howl of the wind, explosions, screams, and the roar of monsters. Someone kept screaming for Bronya, but the voice was quickly overwhelmed by the cacophony. It was the symphony of death, an orchestra of destruction reverberating across this charred wasteland. Ikiana! Oh. Ah, it's like old Kiana.
キアナちゃん、ふざけないの。みんな、装備の確認をして、もうすぐ作戦が始まるわ。
We're here to deal the final blow to the Herrscher of the Void. So, this is a world where Kiana doesn't turn into the Herrscher of the Void?
空の律者への総攻撃がもうじき最終段階に入る。彼女は崩壊原子炉のエネルギーを吸い取り、次元の狭間から崩壊獣の大軍を召喚しようとしてるわ。
空の律者。でも、キアナならここに。つまり、ここは第二次崩壊。
The second eruption, so when does this happen? It does happen when she uses her powers to bring in like a big Honkai horde sitting. using the reactor of Babylon Lab? I think that's what it's called. Or Babel Labs? Yeah, this is way before their time. And she's also like the leader? Don't remember whatchamacallit May ever being the leader. I guess she deals okay damage. But I'm just getting countered at the moment. That hit nothing. Okay, that's close range. And since there's a couple of enemies, maybe I can use Theresa and this deals way more damage. Also because I'm countering the enemy. Man, this is way easier than when I was playing with Himeko and Uhua. Here we go. A piece of my controller just peeled off of like the thumbstick. I guess this controller is just way too old. Oh. I can't read, Kiana. You're in the way. Engines roared above the Valkyries. Dozens of heavy mechs were released from the shuttle. From a shuttle, the mechs landed with resounding thuds. Amongst them was a man who descended slowly, floating above the snow. And so what's going on at the moment is sort of like maybe on the first half what happened in the Second Eruption manga, but apparently Welt arrives late. Because in the Second Eruption manga, he actually like arrives right at the start before Sirin starts doing like all of the summoning like Honkai beasts and stuff like that, when she's barely just like trying to get enough power to be able to fight. And they're still empty entropy.
まだ戦争は終わっていない。側翼の防御が弱くなった今、敵を抑えるチャンスだ。俺は機甲部隊を連れて正面から突入して突破口を作る。
Also, this is a way more active Welt. Or like way more active or proactive anti-entropy. Didn't even have to call like Otsu to be able to see if we could actually just like exercise our own judgment as the leaders of like the battalion or like the squad that we're currently in, and ask Otto if we could actually work with Welt. The shuttle engines roared again. Welt and his mechs flew towards the heart of the tundra. It does feel a little different though. Yeah. This is also very much how this is not how I remember him in the Second Eruption. I mean, he sacrifices himself, what, twice? Thrice? But it comes at a cost. Probably the anti-entropy visual novel thing. New York.
詳細に関しては私もよく知らないわ。彼がネゲントロピーを作って律者である自分が人類のために戦うと宣言したことくらいしか。
Right, so that part of the story is actually did happen, and it seems like there's nothing different from the anti-entropy visual novel.
ただ
今まで一緒に戦ってきてネゲンドロピーの他の幹部には会ったことがないわ。あるのは大量の機甲部隊だけ。
I mean, understandable. The first time that we met Tessa and Einstein, they were also just like only inside the mech. Never mind. I think Tessa was the only one that was outside of the mech.
操縦士もコックピットから出るつもりがないみたいだし。
They do have a mini fridge. They probably do have a mini fridge and some AC inside those mechs.
怪しいわ。方向を私たちに向けたりしないよね。人類のために戦う律者なんて信じられないよ。
Should be fine.
そう言わないでキアナちゃん。さっき私たちを助けてくれたでしょ。
I mean, he did say that he was going to fight against humanity, and he never once attacked the human in, well, any of the times that he shows up in manga or in. Wait, the only one that actually attacks is the clone. The weld clone that the Cocolia had. That's the only first Hersher of the only weld that actually attacks people.
この違和感は何でしょうか。
ブローニャお姉ちゃん、この世界は少し変わってると思う。聖フレイヤ学園とも孤児院とも違う。この世界は危ない。
Yeah, well, it's the second eruption after all.
ないでください、ゼーレ。ブローニャがゼーレを守ります。
A lot of people died in it.
おしゃべりはここまでにして前に進みましょう。
Salome. It's like the first person that I remember that died. Bunch of scientists. Cecilia. Oh, this Honkai beast is huge. Is it dead? I don't think so. Oh, that one. Everyone on the right hand has been broken. Everyone on the left hand has been broken. And I'm also countering it. Should be able to finish this enemy pretty quick. Yep, already done. The first couple of chapters that you're using just characters that the game gives you, and probably because everything's like so weak, doesn't really feel like you really need to use all of the counters. But like right there when I was using the counter to like the enemy, that I was dealing like extra damage, and also like in the Q manifold, it also feels like you feels like way too different when you're fighting one of the enemies that you're actually countering, rather than the one that has a counter on you. But I guess you can still just like head on through and what's the word for it? Just brute force it through it. That's how I've been getting through all my Q manifold runs. I just use sitting.
空の律者ともあろう者が人間にここまで追い詰められるとは。
Sitting.
だがそれはどうでもいい。その力、俺が使わせてもらう。
This is definitely not how it goes down in the second eruption manga. This is 100% definitely not how it goes down in the second eruption manga. It's actually the exact opposite. Eh? Sitting is the one that ends up attacking Weld and takes his powers. Bronya stepped into the last bubble universe and entered the sharp battlefields of the Second Honkai War. Jigsaw launched a final offensive against the Hersher of the Void, while Yang, the sovereign of anti-entropy, came to their aid with an army of mechs. With the exception of Kiana and Mei, the war felt similar to what happened in the real world, but Bronya felt something was amiss. Yeah. For Sitting to be that weak and lose to Welt. And then for Welt to use the powers of the void rather than sitting, taking down Welt and using the powers of reason to go all the way from the moon all the way back towards Earth and the Babylon labs on top of the giant ship. But how many were there? Like 100,000, 10,000 Honkai beasts? Welt defeated the HOV, but his next move shocked everyone. The Tower of Doom, desperate situation.
Bronya, 作戦地。第一律者。一体何をする気？
This song. Even though everything is going to hell, I still love this song. In every single moment that it has popped out, I love this song.
どういうことですか？
理に走って害を避ける。逃げることは動物として大事な本能だ。逃げろ。あの時の俺のように。手負いの獣のように生きるために逃げ回るといい。
You know what it feels like? It feels like Welt has the personality of the Herrscher of the Void. Whenever the Herrscher of the Void like shows up in chapter 9, she has like this feeling of just like standing above everybody else and being able to kill everybody with a flick of her finger. This is the feeling that Welt's giving me right now. Is this what this world is? Rather than the Herrscher of the Void being actually something that's insanely strong that I can kill everyone, it's actually the first Herrscher who has this personality and wants to destroy everything off of something that happened in the past. Because he also mentions here, I fled before like a wounded beast, doing whatever I could to survive.
ただ、逃げ場などはないがな。
照準装置。私の番ね。
No, now I'm getting countered by this one. The mechs are attacking us. Let's see if Kenna can do something. He has consumed the core of the second Herrscher. I guess it's better. I don't know how much better, but it's definitely better. Ow. There it is. The vocals. Can't see anything though. I guess my ult only hits people that are close by. Because I definitely saw that mech that's running around doing stupid stuff not get hit by the attack at all. Ouch. It's there. That took me so. There's more. It's okay damage. And it's cheap. So I guess it's really nice to have. That's a big ass AoE. And it's gone. What is it now? I'll save my ult for that one. Burn this until he gets closer. There we go, perfect. tickling it. Actually about to die. Perfect. I think these are my least favorite mechs because they have that attack that's really fast, and they also have like a double attack, and they all have like a little like suck attack that can also stun you. This one can hit twice, or I swear I've seen it hit twice. Maybe if I debuff it, I'll be able to deal more damage. Because I do have the debuffing Bronya. Okay, Kiana's back up. Use this. I don't know what that does. Debuff. And now use Kiana. I actually couldn't tell. This is definitely not what she said, but I did get what you say. When this got released, 3D printers were a thing? Can't even remember. Blam. A powerful blast disintegrated the dark-haired Valkyrie before she could finish her words. Nothing was left for her except a small, smoldering crater. Something emerged from the smoke. It is a mech with a dull purplish glow. They were cold and hard, like steel tombstones heralding the inevitable end of the Valkyries. That's right, this is probably like the first time that she has seen someone die. But in this universe, like, Mei dies? Doesn't that mean that anyone can die in this universe now? I mean, the main character just got killed. And of course after she dies, they give her battle suit. Right, 4 more. I'm starting to get hungry. Tower of Doom, danger everywhere. The girls fled to the Babylon labs, but the Hersher did not stop his attacks. The shatters are... Wait. She's level 50. Let's try her instead of Kiana. Team gains 90% crit rate at above 80% HP. Or just 20% crit rate pretty much at all time. Because I wasn't much of a fan of Kiana. She had like a really cheap ultimate, but other than that, she seemed like pretty slow.
第一律者は他のところに集中しているようです。支援を得られるか他の部隊に連絡してみます。デルタ小隊支援を求む。繰り返す支援を求む。第一律者が裏切った。レゲントロピーの機構と崩壊獣に囲まれた。作業は。
Everyone needs reinforcements now.
どうして第一律者が人類の敵に？どうして？聞くまでもないでしょ？律者だからよ。あいつの魂はとっくに崩壊に飲み込まれてたの。あの顔は人類を騙すための道具なのよ。
Hoyoverse, you know, having her say that is not very nice. You know that? It is very, very not nice.
あいつが
メイ先輩を殺した。メイ先輩。
メイ姉様。違う。何かが違います。ベルトもキアナもらしくありません。
For some reason, May was like the squad leader, and even in chapter 1, she wasn't like the squad leader. She was the oldest, but it was Himeko that was like giving them whatchamacallit, orders from like headquarters or whatever through the radio.
この世界は危険なだけではなく、無秩序と混乱で満ち溢れています。
ブローニャお姉ちゃん。
Does that mean that we have to wait for like Cecilia or like Siegfried to come over to actually kill Welt?
ゼーレ。
Cele sat in the corner. Blood flowed down her arm from a shoulder wound.
大丈夫です、ゼーレ。ブローニャはかすり傷しか負っていません。手当てすれば大丈夫
I
です。
mean, at the very least, Cele's real body is in here. She shouldn't be in any danger.
あの人、死んじゃった。
ゼーレ、これ以上考えないでください。
Bronya gave the trembling girl a tight hug to console her. Explosions lit the heavens while bodies littered the earth. The battlefield was too much for Cele. She had only seen the orphanage, so like she doesn't know anything about battles. She's still the shy little girl who hides in a toy chest when scared. But she's doing her best to stay strong and not let Bronya down.
あと少しです。これが最後の世界です。もうすぐゼーレをここから出してあげます。
Just like she
あ
promised.
なたを連れて現実に戻り、一緒に学園に通って、遊園地に行って、海に行って、そう、一緒に海に行く約束をしました。ブローニャはゼーレとの約束を守ります。
Okay, she didn't mention the beach.
ブローニャお姉ちゃん、ありがとう。ゼーレは大丈夫だよ。あれ、急に静かになったね。
キアナ。
Bronya scanned the surroundings. The two girls were the only ones left in the room.
何かがおかしいです。ゼーレ、ブローニャから離れないでください。
ブローニャお姉ちゃん。
Shadow Cele? Kiana? What's that?
ちょっと不安かも。
Let's try her out. Let's see if she feels better than Kiana.
次のも
Enemies, they made it into the labs. Ouch. We must leave this place, Cele. I mean, I'm already dead. I'm practically already dead. But I guess she's still good because she's sort of like quick. She has that attack at the end though. That attack isn't really that fast. So what the hell is that sound? Okay. Teddy is better at killing this guy. Yeah, that set really feels much faster. It feels much faster than May as well. Okay. Guys, weak against Theresa as well. But he has an insanely big shield. I still have absolutely no idea what hitting the shield does. It gets redder and redder, but is it just like it breaks the stops blocking? If I turn it all the way to completely red, doesn't really look like it. Nothing happened, and I think it reset. Okay, Teresa's weak against these, so I'll just draw everything out. Hope I get a QTE from maybe off of this. I didn't. That sucks. Eh. Well, it did say that I was weak, but it just got like deleted. Bronya tried looking for Seda while fighting the mechs, but a sharp pain knocked her to the ground. Glowing purple veins spread across her arms and bloomed like flowers of a twisted vine. Though her motive centers were burned out, Bronya could still feel her heart racing. She received an affliction worse than death. Glowing purple veins spread across her arms and bloomed like flowers of a twisted vine. She's getting infected by Honkai? I think that's the same way Theresa described it. Theresa, not Theresa, Tesla. In chapter 9. Vines growing, purple vines, purple red vines. No, scars. She called them scars. New Bronya. Human forces and firepower defeated the Void Queen, but the Valkyries found themselves attacked by anti-entropy forces. Weld betrayed everyone and seized the wood powers for himself. Nobody knew if Weld fights for humanity or simply became a Herrscher bent on destroying the human world. Can I read this? Did I go straight from this to this stage? And notice Tower of Doom and the first Herrscher. Bronya regained consciousness only to see something terrible. Burden's cooldown of main effects triggered by the host team's ultimate evasion and quick defense by 4 seconds. Is that better? Or is that better? This is not better. 100% not better. So crit or shorter cooldowns? This might be better. Might. I am not quite sure. She has a little bit of like Honkai corruption. Welt.
どこにいるのですか？
君、まだ思考できるのか？面白い。
へー。面白い。So he can actually force Honkai corruption onto people.
おめでとう、バルキリー。君は第二次崩壊から生き残れた。
Or he did something to like the entire area where he like cleared it out, and she was the only survivor.
ゼーレというのは誰だか知らないが、それはどうでもいい。生き残れたのは君一人だけだ。
Maybe it's the thing that Sirin did when she got back from the moon and like attacked like Siberia. A Honkai eruption, I think that's what Otto called it. It happened in like a couple of like hours. So he just did the same thing, but maybe just on the area around the labs.
前線のバルキリーといい、後方の支援部隊といい、すべて死んでいった。俺が天命を破滅させた。
あなたが彼女たちを、ゼーレを殺したのですか？
That wasn't her real body though. She should be fine.
君の目から驚き、悲しみ、そして憎しみが感じ取れる。まるで過去の俺のようだ。
But I guess she can get hurt in this like in her like fake body. I lack critical information.
君にとって彼女は大事な人なんだね。いいね。今の感覚を覚えておくんだ。憎しみ、迷い、絶望。それらは全てを支える柱となり、最も純粋で、最も強い力となる。
Yeah, this feels entirely like Seating, the second Harsher, not like Welt.
どうしてこんなことを。
これが、俺の使命だから。ベルト・ジョイスという名の男は、1955年にこれを俺に託した。
1955年。ネゲントロピーが創立された年です。
いや、ネゲントロピーが滅びた年だ。
Anti-entropy was a thing before 1955? It was a thing before what happened to the first Welt?
ベルト・ジョイス、リーゼル・アルベルト・アインシュタイン、フレデリカ・ニコラ・テスラ、エマ・プランク、エルビン・シュレーディンガー、マルガリータ・アイアート。
Every single one of them names from the visual novel.
その名前は全部覚えている。
Me too.
覚えることだけが俺の唯一できることだから。
I don't remember their last names, but I know they're like whatchamacallit, the theorems that they threw all like their scientist names, the names that they're famous for, that everybody mentions them with.
みんな俺の目の前で天命のバルキリーに殺された。なのに俺は逃げることしかできなかった。怖がっている。弱い獣のように。
He calmly narrated the tale as though he was wholly detached from it. But the calmness was a facade for something dark and terrible.
ネゲントロピーが滅びた。
光の見えない暗い夜が訪れるたびに、あの男の夢を見るんだ。血の中に倒れた彼は、その名と律者コアを俺に託した。何度も何度も。
The first Hersher.
最後、俺は戻ってきた。彼の名で、人類のために戦う約束を果たした。
天命を滅ぼすこと。それがあなたの言う人類のために戦うやり方ですか？あなたはネゲントロピーの滅びた歴史を繰り返しただけです。そのやり方はあなたの人生を壊したものと何も違いはありません。ネゲントロピーの創立者たちがあなたにそんな使命を託すわけがありません。
その通りだ。彼らは皆優しい、強い人だ。
This is so not well. This is so Syrian. When the pseudo Hershers that she brought from the grave by using the bodies of her friends were defeated, these were the words that she actually said whenever she saw like their bodies after they were defeated. They were weak and soft.
天命に全てを奪われても憎しみを捨て理想のために戦える人たちだ。だから対価を払ったんだ。力、居場所、理想、ベルトの名を受け継ぐと同時に俺はあの男の全てを手に入れた。
Now this is the Welt that I like. This is the look that I love from Welt from the Second Eruption manga.
しかしその名の下で俺というものは何一つ残らない。俺はただ死んだ人の影を演じているだけとなった。
But instead of being the hero that's fighting against Sirin, bringing out like this storm of fire and iron, he's here destroying everything in his path as the new second Hersher.
では
But you aren't. In the real world, you are not a tragic and failed hero. Bursts of blood erupted from the man. The broken body could hardly sustain his powers. His voice became more emotional. I love his voice. This is really funny because of the way that he says it. In Japanese, he says that he has conquered or has gained victory over the world. And in English, he says, I am not mad, I've conquered wealth. Sort of like he has conquered his like name, but at the same time, wealth means world. A monstrous war machine suddenly appeared next to the Herrscher. His gaze were clouded by mad hatred. Ah. He went from being the human wealth, the one that who would defend humanity, fight for humanity as the first Herrscher, into becoming the true first Herrscher. He is completely corrupted. He has taken the second Herrscher core and he has completely gotten corrupted by the Honkai, just how Sirin was corrupt. That's nice. It doesn't hit me. Theresa better? Nope. Bronya better? Nope. Guess I'm using Mei. Gotta dodge. Or I guess not. Didn't do like any damage. I do remember this damn attack on little like boss fight in game mode. This was just pretty easy. It's way easier than the one on that mode. His iconic black hole, the armored vehicle exploded into a fiery wreck, and the violent backfire tore wealth apart. The crimson star of Eden floated above his palm. A gravity tsunami came hurling towards Bronya. But the Valkyrie continued to press forward.
Bronya は知っています。たとえ災いが降りかかってきても、彼女は勇気を出して向き合う。絶望に押しつぶされそうになっても、彼女は必死に抗う。彼女はただの凡人です。その悩み、迷い、今までの苦しみと悲しみをブローニャは知っています。どれほど長い道を歩いたとしても、彼女は自分で責任を持つことをブローニャは知っています。どんな時も彼女は希望を守る英雄です。
何を言っているかわからない。
わかるはずがないです。あなたは救いようもない人ですから。ブローニャはあなたとは違う。あなたのようには決してなりません。あなたはベルトの名にふさわしくありません。
黙れ。君はベルトのことを、俺のことを何も知らないくせに。
Trembling orb did not respond. It fell like a lifeless thing. As if drawn to Bronya's reaching hands, it stopped right in front of her. A young, gentle voice suddenly whispered in Bronya's ear.
Bronya, 君は答えを見つけたんだね。
そんなバカな。
ブローニャはあなたよりも知っています。エデンの橋、大ゼロ定格出力、解放。
But Sele, she ran away?
ブローニャお姉ちゃん、やったわ。世界が崩れていく。もうゴールまであと一歩よ。
Shadow Sele.
ゼーレ、何をすべきかわかるわよね。いや、そんなの。お姉ちゃんはゼーレにそんなことしてほしいと思わない。ゼーレはブローニャお姉ちゃんを傷つけたりしない。誰が私たちに力を与えてくれたか忘れてしまったの。私たちの命は彼の手の中にあるわ。あの虚無にまた戻りたいの。ゼーレはブローニャお姉ちゃんを信じてるもん。ブローニャを信じてる。何年過ぎてもあなたは弱いままね。自分の存在ですら保てないのに、何を頼りにブローニャを守るの？何するの？いや、離して。ゼーレ、あなたの任務は終わったわ。
Eh? Was this another one of like her little like trials? Like there were when she was in Project X10, when she was gonna be opening the treasure chest? Did she fail this trial?
次は私の出番よ。カショ、起きて。お待たせ。一緒に帰りましょう。
Hmm? I mean, there was that one part where Sele took revenge against Sin Maw, where it was actually like the dark Sele, like the shadow Sele that actually took over her body and put her into like that dream world where she just pushed her off like a giant staircase. Well, Jigsaw killed every founder of anti-entropy in this world. Joachim was the only survivor. He inherited his hero's name and grew up in fear and terror. Nobody knew how he survived or why he fought. It seemed that he himself never knew the answer. World Astray. The Star of Eden made its choice. Bronya summoned the giant black hole to engulf herself and the Herrscher, thus ending the bubble universe of fear and despair. Meanwhile, someone began moving in secret. Sele. Or, well, the shadow Sele. Right, 3 more. The labyrinth was gone, and the core of reason appeared before Bronya. And so did Sele. Begin another character? I don't think I did. Nope. Just keep it like this. Maybe I should have swapped the Bronya to grab the shield. Get the shield back.
迷宮が消えた。あそこにあるのは断りの律者のコア。セーレ、よかった。無事だったのですね。
はい。ゼーレは大丈夫です。
It's the same as when she did the
やっと会えたわね。お姉様。
exactly the same as when she was with Sin Maw.
あれが断りの律者のコアね。こんな形で出てくるとはね。あれさえあれば、ゼーレはお姉様と外の世界でずっと一緒にいられるわね。
あなたはゼーレじゃありません。
誰
ですか？ゼーレに何をしたんですか？
Even Sin Maw was able to notice that this wasn't Sele.
ひど
Hmm.
姉ちゃんは私のことを覚えていないの？
Nice try. Shadow Cele.
そうね。今日が初めましてだったわね。では自己紹介をさせてもらうわ。私はゼーレの中にいるもう一人の彼女よ。
もう一人の意味を理解できません。
Is that really it?
ブローニャに返してください。
Was that how she described herself in the manga? Did she even describe herself as something? She only showed herself twice, or thrice. She showed herself when Bronya went to save Cele. She showed herself in front of Sin Mal, and she showed herself when Cele was going through Project X10. I don't remember her mentioning anything about her identity.
ゼーレを守りたい気持ちはわかるわ。安心して。私たちは二人で一つだから。彼女を傷つけたり。
Alright, at the very least, this is true. This is 100% true. Shadow Cele didn't actually hurt the normal Cele at all. In fact, she helped her.
それに、ゼーレを救える方法も知っている。断りの律者のコアを私に渡して。そうしたら、ゼーレも私も現実世界に戻れるわ。
So perhaps this is like one of those like sort of like situations where they have like dual personality or two personalities in one body or something of the sort, and there's one that's soft and can't really bear to do anything that's evil, and then there's like this other personality who's like sort of like ruthless, but that other personality is sort of like because of the personality wants to like sort of like live and doesn't want to be like shackled down by like whatever is going on, like whatever the villain is doing outside her like little world. And there's times where like the main character or the character that's the soft side of the personality or the soft person in the body can't do like the tough choice, and this is the moment where it's the other personality, the ruthless personality, or the ruthless person that's inside the body, that is actually doing like the tough choice, which is fighting Bronya to take over the core of reason to help them go back into the real world.
ブローニャは海縁の目を使ってゼーレを連れ戻します。
無駄よ。ゼーレはお姉様と違って体が漁師の海と同化したんだから。X10 実験は彼女に次元を行き来する力を与えてくれたわ。だけど力をコントロールできなくなって彼女の体を蝕んでいった。
Yeah, the power that she actually mentioned that Cele couldn't control.
これはあなたも分かっているはずよ。普通の方法では助けることはできないの。でも心配しないで。いい知らせもあるわ。どうしてゼーレがここに姿を現せたかお姉様は気にならない？ゼーレにもわからない。何もない部屋に閉じ込められたことしか覚えていなくて、暗くて寒くて扉ががっちり閉まっていて、時間さえも忘れるくらいその中にいたんだ。でもある日急に扉が開いて光が差してきたの。
Yeah, I do remember about the light.
やっと逃げられる。ブローニャお姉ちゃんのところに行けると思って光に向かって走り出したんだけど、その後のことはよくわからなくて、気がついたらこの世界にいたんだよ。答えは私たちを救った人がいるから。でもそれには代価が必要だった。実験が失敗した後、私たちは虚無の空間から抜け出そうと出口を探して漂っていたわ。幾日もいく月も。ある日果てのない闇の中である声が聞こえてきたの。
声？
私もゼーレも その正体はわからないけど、あそこから離れるための手助けをしてくれた。漁師の海から出して現実世界に戻すと約束してくれたわ。ただし一つ条件を提示されたの。
The one thing that they're looking for, the core of reason.
彼の代わりに断りの律者のコアを見つけ出し、現実と漁師の海を断絶する障壁を排除すること。
And remove the barrier between the sea and reality. There's only one thing that would want that. The serpent.
待ってください。そのような力を持ち、障壁を排除したいと願う者は、ブローニャはたった一人しか知りません。やめてください。あなたは蛇に協力しているのです。
やめる？どうして？彼が私たちを助けた。今私がお姉様の目の前にいるのも彼の力のおかげよ。
But you still can't be 100% sure.
ゼーレが生きていける世界を作ってくれるって約束してくれたわ。
Promise to create a world where Celia can live in.
崩壊に脅かされることのないゼーレもお姉様も幸せに暮らせる世界。
It did mention this to Welt. A world without Honkai.
漁師の海から出るためにあなたを利用しているだけです。
But even Welt declined. So that must come like at a great cost.
お姉様、
Or it was a lie.
ここはあまりにも暗くて寒くてもう戻りたくないの。他に方法があるのなら私だって協力したくなかったわ。ここから出たいの。誰にも邪魔はさせないわ。たとえそれがお姉様でも許さない。
But we also can't let her because she's gonna let the serpent up. Whoa! Aren't you a little bit too strong, Sede? I mean, she literally just used her ult. May isn't actually stun locking her. Ouch! She's got some really big attacks. Don't remember me being able to use those kinds of attacks. Not fair. Oh god. Okay, I do remember that attack. I need that energy. Are those things supposed to do something when I touch? Because so far they're not doing much. Ouch, 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 ouch. Give me a second. I thought I heard someone coming up the stairs. Ooh, almost dead. So it's another one of those things where I actually lose even though I win. So Celia's gonna take the core of reason and it's gonna give it to the serpent and open a path for it to actually go into the real world. Bronya was close to the core of the first Herrscher when Celia appeared, A crimson glint flashed across Stella's eyes. Bronya didn't expect that the serpent found Stella first in the Sea of Quanta, and let her alter ego astray. Stella's very existence became a bargaining chip in the hands of the sinister force. Normal EX5 not cleared. Requisite stage normal EX5 not cleared. This requisite normal EX4 not cleared. Why do you do this to me? This is the first time that it's done this. 11:17. What time is it? It's already 2 p.m. This is actually not good because I'm really hungry, and this is about the time that I normally stop. I did see they mentioned something about this at the start, but I didn't have any. It just upgrades the characters that I had. You know, you could have told me about this way earlier, you know? Way earlier. Before I went through all that hell with that level 0 characters. New. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this. I don't think I can finish this right now. Level 80, level 70. Wait, do I need a Bronya? Back. Do not get knocked down, suffer no more than 1 death, no more than 40 hits. I can already even smell food downstairs. No, should grab this one. I don't like this Kiana though. Because this Theresa is pretty good. I like the Theresa characters more than anything else. The main character. Or like the Fuhu character. Or the Himeko characters. Himeko characters are way too slow. Bronya characters are just supports. Yeah, I don't think I have the time for this. The chapters are getting longer and longer every single time, but I mean, normally I'd be able to actually finish them. I was able to finish the last one, but now it's like it says that I have 48% done. But now I have to do the EX stages to actually be able to unlock the ending of this. And he has never done that before either. Like even this chapter has like an EX stage, but you don't need to actually do the EX stage to be able to continue. It does have like a little bit, like a tiny little bit of like story, but it really doesn't matter if you play it or not. If you can continue, you're not gonna miss anything. You just miss Rita saying "Holy blood," and that's about it. Yeah, I'm really hungry. I think what I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna finish all of these off stream later today, and tomorrow, because it's only like 2 that are left, I'll just play this one, and then I'll finish this one, and then I can go straight into this one. It's an EX stage, so there's no way that it's too long, right? Oh, someone's coming. 1 second. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing. It sucks that I'm not gonna be able to finish this chapter because so far I've finished like every chapter on like one stream, but this is the first time that it actually just made you do the EX stages, and I guess I'm gonna have to account for like EX stages on the future chapters. But yeah, I guess that's just gonna be it. Sadly. Well, a lot of things happened in like this chapter. We were able to get into the on the Sea of Quanta. We learned about Joachim and what happened to Welt. That Welt got overpowered by the serpent and had to actually, much blood, create some sort of like barrier with the reminder of his powers in order for the serpent to not be able to leave the Sea of Quanta. Like this, the serpent, we find Sede. Find that Sede is fine, which is not that surprising if you've read the Azure Waters manga, where you see that she only just kind of like disappears from the world, from the normal world, and Bronya has like that mission to actually save her. And but the Shadow Cele is planning or like plotting against Bronya and trying to help the serpent, which is like the big surprise. We also see like all of these like new worlds that have like a different sort of like story compared to like the main story. World number 1 was had Cocolia being an actual good person, or like going back to her being a good person, because she was even like the second eruption manga, she was like against corruption from like the other soldiers or like the government or something like that, and she even was like going against one of her majors that was doing something bad. And then on World 2 we get like a good Otto that is actually like a really nice person, and just actually he was going on the wrong path at the start, but then after finding the paladin, or after the paladin rectifies like his wrongdoings, he goes to the path of good and creates an orphanage and is taking care of kids and is like stopping other people from doing bad things. Just like he just feels like really bad because one of the ways that he had to one of the things that he had to do in order to stop someone from doing like those like bad things or using the forbidden arts was to actually kill them, which was Joachim's dad, the Finland man. Or I can't remember what it is. Scottish? Finland? I can't remember. And then World 3, which is actually a world where anti-entropy, everybody dies at the end of the anti-entropy visual novel, and the only one that stays alive is actually Joachim. And instead of actually fighting for the good of mankind, he actually turns against them, against mankind, humankind, even at the cost of almost like killing himself by getting crushed by the power of the first Hersher gem and the gem of the second Hersher. But sadly, I'm not going to be able to see the conclusion of what's going to happen until next time, because getting locked by side missions and being really hungry. Actually, the food is right next to me. It's like some what do we call it in English? Some tacos and then some soup. Just seeing it makes me even more angry. Hungry. But yeah, that's pretty much it for today. Actually pretty sad that I wasn't able to finish the chapter. But my stomach calls. And every single day that I've seen, I actually like gone way over the time and have gotten really hungry. It's just like I mentioned this before, but it has been a long time since I last heard my stomach rumble, because I usually when I eat at a very good time in order to just like not go insanely hungry and have my stomach like rumbling all over the place. But yeah, recently I've been hearing it a lot. I've been streaming till like well, way too late, or later than I normally would, and I still gotta do like all the dailies. leveled up. So yeah, if what was I gonna say? But that's pretty much it. Mm, if there's anything that you have to say about the stream, like if the audio was wrong or if it was like too low or too loud, because I felt like it was too loud and I even like lowered it from like the option settings. But if I actually made it a little bit too low for the stream, then it'd be nice if you could tell me like down in the comments below. If you like the stream or you have fun just like seeing me and completely just like uh well find out about all the things that are going on and like give out like my little theories before the actual like reason is actually getting thrown out. And if you had fun with that, then please consider subscribing or maybe even liking the channel. It helped me a lot. It helped my channel a lot. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And with that, I'll finish for today. And tomorrow we'll continue with the end of chapter 11 and going into 11EX.